Chapter 1662. Boom! There was a loud sound. The ruins exploded. Jiang Wei rushed out with a murderous aura and roared, "Lin Zhan, give me your life!" At this moment, a white shadow landed. Awu! 10th kill! Pouncing down, Jiang Wei raised his eyes slightly and was quite frightened. Where did this beast come from? However, without waiting for him to react, his bloody mouth had already bitten his head. Kacha! Moving with all his might, his two long fangs bit down, and his head exploded. Blood spurted out from his mouth. Break! Awu! His teeth pressed down once again. Pa! The head was bitten off. The heavenly wolf king was incomparably ferocious. Blood dripped from between his teeth as he chewed. Extremely domineering. As for Jiang Wei, half of his body stood on the spot. Blood spurted out crazily from his neck. He swayed slightly and his body fell to the ground. It was also at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Jiang Wei, for obtaining 1 million experience points and 1 million God Essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Sky Demon Treasure Sword. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Ding! Sin points +1 Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Stage 9 Divine Warrior. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing boss Jiang Wei and obtaining rewards. Level increased by 1 level and obtained Cultivation Technique, Absorbing Star's Great Skill. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Stage 1 Divine Master. Ding! Do you want to cultivate Absorbing Star's Great Skill? The notification sounded crazily. What Luo Tian did not expect was that he actually triggered the system reward. In the past, he would only receive the system reward when he leveled up. However, after coming to the Divine Realm, Luo Tian had leveled up so many times and triggered the system reward. He thought that this reward had already been cancelled, but he did not expect it to still be there. I'm directly rewarded with 1 level and... Luo Tian's heart sank. Run Wishing's Absorbing Star's Great Skill? Cultivate. There was no hesitation at all. The rewards from the system must be good stuff. How could he not cultivate? Furthermore, the cultivation methods he could use in the Divine Realm were simply too few. Ding! Success! Cultivation method. Absorbing Star's Great Technique Grade. Dominator description. Absorbing Star's Great Technique can absorb the opponent's divine essence without limit. A simple description. But Luo Tian, on the other hand, was incomparably shocked. Recently, he felt that his God Essence could not be replenished. When his God Essence was depleted, he could not even release his skills and bloodline power. But now, as long as he had the Absorbing Star's Great Skill, he could absorb God Essence without limit. Awesome. I didn't expect that killing Jiang Wei would trigger a reward. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian was secretly excited. Furthermore, as his level increased, all the wounds on his body healed. Just when Luo Tian was about to die of excitement, the surroundings quietened down. Everyone's eyes were on him. Even the Imperial Guards who were blocking Lin Zhan stopped and stared at Luo Tian. They felt as if they were hallucinating and kept rubbing their eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He can't be the assassin captain. The captain's cultivation is already at the peak of the God Master realm. Even Lin Zhan can't kill him, let alone a slave at the 8th level of the God Master realm. Impossible. This must be an illusion. What exactly happened? Oh my God, what's wrong? How could this be? One was at the peak of the 9th level of the God Master realm. The other was at the 8th level of the God Master realm. How could he kill him? That was completely impossible. Even Lin Zhan shook his head and said, impossible. Even if he transformed into a rank 5 beast, he wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Wei. No, no, no. Nothing is impossible for him. because his name is Luo Tian, because he has withstood 999 streaks of God power of darkness. He is unique in the divine realm, ha ha ha. In an instant, Lin Zhan laughed maniacally. He was glad that he made the right bet. At the same time, Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian laughed loudly. Boss is so domineering, so mighty, ha ha ha. Zhang Ao was also extremely excited. Old 8, you are too awesome. Lin Shanha's expression was extremely ugly, as if he had been slapped a few times. His face turned purple, and he clenched his fists tightly. He stared at Luo Tian and said in a low voice, "What are you all standing there for? Kill him." Boom! Luo Tian returned to his original body. Those God Master Realm assassins suddenly woke up, and more than a dozen assassins charged forward. Lin Zhan shouted, "Protect Luo Tian!" Zhang Ao charged forward and said, "If you dare to touch old 8, I will fight it out with you." Everyone rushed to Luo Tian's side. At this moment, the corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up into a cold smile as he said, "Lin Shanha, open your eyes wide and watch clearly. Watch how they all die." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "God explosion!" Buzz! His power exploded. He kept the Dark Tang blade and took out the Green Dragon Crescent Moon blade. Rumble! His arm burned, and the Green Dragon Crescent Moon blade seemed to have been activated. A fire dragon rushed out from the back of the blade and soared into the air. It rushed out a distance of 5 meters and suddenly pulled, shwa! Luo Tian's figure instantly arrived and slashed down. Crack! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Instant kill! And then, the aura on Luo Tian's body formed a strong suppression, and the aura of the God Master realm burst out without holding back. Die! Another slash came down. His body was split into 2. Instant kill! Most of these assassins were at the first stage of the God Master realm, so they couldn't block Luo Tian's attacks at all. And every time Luo Tian attacked, he would go all out, not holding back, and would not give himself any way out. God Master Realm. Impossible. Lin Shanha was shocked. He was at the 8th stage of the God Master Realm just now. How did he suddenly become a God Master Realm? Did he break through 2 stages in an instant? Lin Zhan laughed excitedly, then raised his hand and said, "Let's see his performance." Good boy. I didn't expect him to break through 2 stages in an instant. He is indeed strong. The name Luo Tian is indeed true. Ha ha ha, he liked Luo Tian more and more. Following Lin Zhan's order, everyone stopped. At this moment, it was completely Luo Tian's performance. Every time he attacked, it was an instant kill. In less than 3 minutes, only a few assassins were left, and they kept retreating. They were afraid. This wasn't a human at all. He was like a demon. It was too terrifying. The Green Dragon Crescent Moon blade became more powerful the more it saw blood. It was as if it was possessed by a martial saint. Lin Shanha's assassins were forced to retreat. Luo Tian didn't chase after them. Instead, he looked around and saw Qin Yan, who was in the middle of the crowd. He shouted, "It's your turn now." Chapter 1663. Killer God Possession. A Green Dragon Crescent Blade swept through Lin Shanha's blood evil assassin team. Domineering. Moreover, because of Luo Tian's crazy killing, the arrogant and domineering aura that he released caused the people who were surrounding Lin Zhan to retreat. They felt very uncomfortable being suppressed by Luo Tian's aura. In addition, Luo Tian's continuous breakthroughs. It was even more ferocious. At this moment, no one dared to take a step forward. As for Qin Yan and his Imperial Army guards, they were also stunned by this scene. Qin Yan was so frightened that he almost peed his pants. After being stopped by Luo Tian, his face turned pale. He immediately said, protect me, quickly protect me." He wasn't as arrogant as before. There was only fear. He was extremely afraid. He could even kill Jiang Wei. He wasn't even a god master. How could he be his opponent? Qin Yan smiled apologetically and said, "Brother Tian, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all my fault. I'll apologize to you. I hope you'll be magnanimous enough to forgive me this time. I swear that I won't cause trouble for you or the Shengtian prefecture anymore. When the 3 heavenly ships arrive, I'll immediately order them to return. My father is the commander of the Imperial Army. They definitely won't dare to disobey me." At this moment, he wanted to kneel in front of Luo Tian. He was really scared. He was extremely scared. Just now, when he saw Luo Tian kill one person with one slash, he felt a chill on his neck. When he thought of his head being chopped off, he couldn't help but tremble. Lin Zhan looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian's green dragon crescent blade suddenly moved. Boom! Fire dragon attack. He moved his body and instantly arrived. The flames on the green dragon crescent blade soared into the sky and turned into a huge blade of fire. He slashed down. Kacha! An Imperial Army Guard's armor was smashed into powder. His chest split open and fresh blood spurted out. He was forced to retreat. He didn't die. Their cultivation was higher than the Blood Evil assassins, so their defense was naturally stronger. However, when Qin Yan saw Luo Tian rushing towards him, his legs couldn't help but soften. Since he couldn't accept defeat, he decided to be tough. He said heavily, "Luo Tian, you have to think clearly. If I don't die, I can still stop the 3 heavenly ships from attacking Shengtian City. If I die, everyone in Shengtian City will be buried with me. You, your woman, and the entire Shengtian prefecture will be buried with me. I advise you to be sensible, otherwise." Not waiting for him to finish. Pa! Boom! Another Imperial Army Guard's armor was blasted apart and fell to the ground. Luo Tian stomped on his body. The green dragon crescent blade vibrated, creating a large bloody hole on his head. He revealed a grim smile and said, "Threatening me?" His gaze was extremely cold. It was as if it could freeze a person's soul. Qin Yan immediately said, "It's not a threat. I just want you to understand the situation clearly. Killing me won't do any good. Letting me go is your only way out. In a few minutes, the patrolling Imperial Army Heavenly Fleet will arrive. By then, you won't have a choice. I'm the only one who can stop them." This was the truth. Of course, Qin Yan also overestimated his ability. It was true that his father was an Imperial Army commander, but the purple cloud arrow wasn't something that a commander like his father could release. Once the purple cloud arrow was released, no matter where it was, it would be reduced to ashes. Qin Yan naturally knew this in his heart. However, Luo Tian didn't know that as long as he could scare him, when they left the city and the heavenly ships arrived, everyone in Shengtian City would die. He looked as if he had Luo Tian under control. He smiled and said, "You are a smart person. You should know how to make a choice." Luo Tian looked at Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan was also looking at him. Both of them were waiting for a reply. Lin Zhan treated Luo Tian as the center. Luo Tian was waiting for Lin Zhan's reply. This was Shengtian City. It was Lin Zhan's blood and sweat. Only Lin Zhan could decide everything. However, he was sure that a proud person like Qin Yan would change his mind once the heavenly ships arrived. But he respected Lin Zhan's choice. No matter what choice he made, he would support it, because he was the city lord. He had to consider the safety of the entire city, his family, and Shengtian prefecture. Lin Zhan knew what Luo Tian was thinking. He chose to stand out to protect Luo Tian. He was prepared for the worst. He said, "Luo Tian, your choice is my choice. No matter what happens, I won't regret it." Similarly, Lin Zhan also knew that Qin Yan was a despicable person. Once he left the city and the heavenly ships arrived, Shengtian prefecture wouldn't be able to escape. Qin Yan was slightly shocked. He said, "Chief Lin, you don't want Shengtian prefecture, which was built by the Lin family to be destroyed in your hands, right? As long as you agree to let me go, I won't make things difficult for Xingtian Prefecture. Qin Yan was not at ease leaving the decision in Luo Tian's hands. He hoped that Lin Zhan would make this decision. Lin Zhan smiled coldly. I know what you are thinking. Since that's the case, Luo Tian's heart relaxed. He had already made his choice. At this moment, a group of Imperial Army guards rushed over and shouted, Young Master, the first battleship will arrive soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yan's eyes lit up. Okay. At the same time, his eyes were filled with excitement. The fear in his heart was gone. He stared at Luo Tian and couldn't suppress the pride in his heart. He smiled excitedly and said, Luo Tian, did you hear that? My reinforcements are here. Ha ha ha. You. Everyone in Xingtian Prefecture must die. Ha ha ha. At this moment, he didn't have to be afraid anymore. The Imperial Army guards beside him and the Imperial Army guards who were approaching them were enough to last until the first skyship arrived. As long as the first skyship arrived, no one would be able to touch him. He was excited. Phew! Luo Tian let out a breath. He wanted to let Qin Yan out of the city, because he couldn't bear the burden of hundreds of thousands of lives. Even if the consequences were as he expected, he couldn't bear it. But now, he couldn't help but make a choice against his will. He smiled coldly and said, Since that's the case, then you die! Protect me! Protect me! Come and protect me! Block him! Qin Yan was so scared that he immediately hid behind the Imperial Army guards. At the same time, he shouted at Lin Shanha, Elder Lin, aren't you going to take action? If you don't take action now, you won't have the chance to do so when the skyship battle team arrives. Lin Shanha's face darkened. Young Master Qin, you have to keep your promise to me. Qin Yan said, Don't worry. I will definitely ask my father to support you. Okay. Lin Shanha suddenly shouted, Men, bring her here for me. Chapter 1664. Suddenly, Lin Yu was brought out. Her hands were tied. Her face was covered as she was pushed to Lin Shanha's side. He took off her mask and smiled. Good niece, look at who they are. Ha ha ha, Lin Shanha laughed proudly. No matter if it was Luo Tian or Lin Zhan, Lin Yu was their weakness. This was his trump card. Lin Yu went to find fuel for Luo Tian's weapon refinement and had not returned. Unexpectedly, Luo Tian and Lin Zhan stepped forward at the same time. Luo Tian roared out, Lin Shanha, you're courting death. Lin Zhan said anxiously, You are. He was angry. Instantly, his anger soared to the sky. He clenched his fists tightly and his joints cracked. Luo Tian's killing intent was like 10,000 horses galloping. Thick, dark fighting aura could be seen swimming around his body. Strands of dark aura surrounded his body. It was ferocious and entrenched. It was like 8 flying dragons swimming around his body. Anger. It could make people lose their minds. At the same time, it could also stimulate people's potential. The dark power rose with the anger in Luo Tian's heart. Lin Shanha's eyes turned ferocious as he looked at the dark aura around Luo Tian's body. No matter how weak he was, he knew that this was the legendary dark fighting aura. There was no one in the entire divine realm who could cultivate dark fighting aura. This meant that Luo Tian was the Luo Tian that the Dominators were looking for. At first, he did not believe it, but now, he completely believed it and rejoiced in his heart. This was because Luo Tian was only a god master. If he had more time to cultivate, then he wouldn't have been able to resist. But now it wasn't too late. As long as he killed Luo Tian, then everything would be fine. Genius. Usually they would die prematurely. It wasn't because they didn't live long enough, but because they were too eye-catching and would attract jealousy and hatred. Looking at the dark dou qi on Luo Tian's body, Lin Shanha smiled and said, Lin Zhan, you were right. He is the Luo Tian who went through 999 heavenly tribulations and condensed the darkness divinity. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I do. What a pity. You should have asked him to be more low profile. He is so arrogant and savage. And he even released his dark Do Chi in front of everyone. Yes, there are indeed many sovereign realm experts looking for him. But there is no need to look for him today. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shanha's fingers turned into claws, and his long nails were like sharp blades. He grabbed Lin Yu's arm and said, Lin Zhan Luo Tian, if you don't want to see her die, kneel down. Boom! A bloody mist burst out from Lin Shanha's body. The bloody mist formed a pressure. Lin Zhan was still fine, but Luo Tian was forced to take 2 steps back. Lin Shanha's face darkened, and he thought to himself, a mere 1st-level God Master can withstand the pressure of an 8th-level God Master. It seems like the power of the darkness divinity is indeed extraordinary. Hee. The stronger he is, the more he will die today. If he escapes, there will be endless trouble in the future. Lin Yu immediately said, Father, don't. Don't worry about me. Lin Zhan's eyes turned ferocious, and he took a step forward. Before he even took a step forward, Lin Shanha's nails had already pierced into Lin Yu's neck. Blood gushed out, and he shouted, Lin Zhan, you better kneel down. If you dare to take another step forward, she will die immediately. Lin Zhan was furious. Lin Yu was his most beloved daughter. Seeing his own daughter suffer, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Luo Tian was the same. The distance was too far, and even the divine fire couldn't lock onto him. He needed to get closer, moreover. As long as he took a step closer, Lin Shanha would definitely use Lin Yu's life to threaten him. No matter what, Lin Yu couldn't die. There was still the mission, and the mission of giving birth to a child with her. No matter what, nothing must happen to her. At this moment, Luo Tian was also helpless. He stared at Lin Shanha, and his mind was frantically thinking. Lin Shanha laughed maniacally and said, Did the 2 of you not hear? Kneel down. Boom! His voice was like thunder exploding in the sky. Lin Zhan looked at Lin Yu, and his eyes were moist. At the same time he frowned, and his killing intent rose. Then he looked at Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian could see the answer in Lin Zhan's eyes. He wanted to give up on Lin Yu. This answer was very difficult. However, Lin Zhan wasn't an indecisive person. He knew how to make a choice. Lin Yu was his most beloved daughter. However, if he didn't get rid of the people here now, the patrolling Imperial Army would arrive soon. When that time came, there would be nothing he could do. Luo Tian shook his head. No. I can think of a way. I will definitely think of a way. Suddenly, Lin Shanha laughed coldly and said, You don't want to kneel down, right? Young Master Qin, haven't you always wanted to take revenge? Now is your chance. Just beat him up ruthlessly. If he dares to retaliate, I will immediately kill his woman. Qin Yan was stunned. Then he laughed proudly and said, Attack! 2 Imperial Army guards rushed forward and kicked him. Bang, bang. Luo Tian was kicked to the ground. His eyes were filled with anger, and the dark Do energy on his body seemed to be going crazy. However, Luo Tian didn't retaliate. Lin Shanha laughed coldly and said, Kid, retaliate? Why don't you retaliate? Weren't you very arrogant just now? You killed so many of my subordinates. Aren't you very impressive? Retaliate now, you dog slave. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhan clenched his fists and roared, Lin Shanha. Lin Shanha laughed proudly and said, Lin Zhan, are you itching for a beating? Lin Zhan's face was red, and smoke was coming out of his head. The murderous aura kept suppressing in his heart, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Luo Tian being crushed to the ground and unable to get up, he said in a low voice, Luo Tian! Lin Yu also shouted loudly, Father, don't bother about me, don't bother about me. Attack! Luo Tian immediately said, Mansion Master, I will definitely have a way. I will definitely think of a way. Don't, please don't. He needed distance. He needed the distance to release his godly fire. A little closer. The more Luo Tian was worried about Lin Yu, the prouder Lin Shanha was. He said, "You finally have a day like this. When you hurt my son on the arena, I should have killed you. You were unwilling to be my dog. How does it feel to be lying on the ground now?" Luo Tian's eyes darkened, and he roared, "Lin Shanha, is this all you have? Is this all you are capable of? Come on, beat me to death. If you have the guts, then kill me. Qin Yan, you useless *tch. Come on. All of you Imperial Army, spineless people, come on." Qin Yan was also angry. He rolled up his sleeves and sneered, "You dog, you can still be arrogant at this time. I want to see how long you can be arrogant for." With Lin Shanha holding Lin Yu, our hostage, Qin Yan was abnormally relieved. He walked forward and kicked Luo Tian's abdomen, saying arrogantly, "I will play you to death today." In the chaos, Luo Tian slapped his palm and rolled on the ground. He rolled for more than 10 meters and landed at the bottom of the pavilion. Qin Yan was shocked. My strength is actually so strong." At the same time, ding, target locked. Luo Tian retracted the dark Do Qi on his body and gathered on his right palm. Attack! Good night. Chapter 16, 65. Divine Fire! Boom! The moment he locked onto Lin Shanha, Luo Tian attacked without hesitation. Rumble! A flame wrapped around 8 streaks of black battle energy and blasted upwards from the bottom of the building. Quang Dang! The entire building was on the verge of collapse and was blasted through. Lin Shanha's face darkened. At this moment, he had no time to hold Lin Yu, our hostage, and ask Luo Tian to stop. Furthermore, once Lin Yu died, his trump card would be useless. Lin Zhan would also attack him crazily. By then, he would not be able to defend himself. Dog, do you think a mere flame can hurt me? Lin Shanha lowered his hands and released 2 streaks of blood shadow, directly crushing down. Boom! Break through. The power of the blood shadow could not block the divine fire at all. One must know that the divine fire could ignore all defenses. Lin Shanha was shocked. Feeling the threat of the divine fire, he pulled Lin Yu in front of him and said proudly, Come on. If you want to die, you have to kill her first. Luo Tian, it must feel good to have your woman die in your own hands, ha ha ha. Walala! The building Lin Shanha was in had 3 floors. 2 floors had already collapsed, and a huge hole appeared. Luo Tian followed closely behind the divine fire and rushed up. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. Murderous intent. At this moment, Luo Tian roared, Lie down! What made Lin Shanha feel strange was that the divine fire actually bypassed Lin Yu, and shot out from under his crotch. Crack! Crack! The sound of 2 eggshells cracking could be heard. Your son's balls are broken. Your father's balls will be broken too. I want to end your bloodline. Luo Tian had locked onto Lin Shanha's crotch. The moment Lin Shanha exploded, the divine fire did not kill him instantly. Logically speaking, at most, it would stun and crush him for a few seconds. However, this time was different. The influx of dark energy made the divine fire more aggressive. Even if it did not kill him instantly, its damage was off the charts. Wow! Lin Shanha spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body slammed into the roof, breaking through it as he flew into the air. The flames on his crotch were still burning. Luo Tian did not give him a chance to catch his breath. He glanced at Lin Yu, before leaping into the air. He flew to the top of Lin Shanha and knelt down heavily. It directly pressed down on Lin Shanha's chest. Lin Shanha's body caved in as he glared at Luo Tian and roared, You dog, this old man will definitely kill you! Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's right fist moved, and the dark white tiger roared. A whoa-bang! Out of nowhere, a white tiger rushed out from Luo Tian's right fist and slammed into Lin Shanha's face. Luo Tian roared, "Come on, kill me! You mother asterisk her! Come on, attack!" Fury. He was abnormally furious. From the moment Lin Shanha held Lin Yu, or hostage, the fury in his heart had been raging nonstop. He was beaten up by Qin Yan and his subordinates. He gritted his teeth and endured it. He was waiting for an opportunity to release the divine fire. At this moment, the fury and killing intent in his heart intertwined as he crazily vented it all out. Lin Shanha was still in midair. Luo Tian's legs were pressing down on his chest, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The white tiger fist had caused his teeth to fall out and his hair to scatter. He was in an extremely sorry state. At the same time, his heart was burning with rage. When had he ever been crushed like this before? Who was he? He was the great elder of Shangtian Prefecture. His authority was even stronger than Prefecture Master Lin Zhan. But now he was actually crushed by a slave. Lin Shanha was extremely unhappy. The divine essence and origin energy in his heart surged wildly. His mouth moved, revealing the blood-sucking fangs that only the Blood Clan had. His eyes turned blood red as he narrowed his eyes. "I want you to die," he roared. Lin Zhan's face was filled with shock as he shouted, "Luo Tian, be careful!" Lin Shanha wasn't a beginner god tier master. He was a level 8 god tier master. He wouldn't lose his ability to defend just because he was defeated in 2 moves. If that was the case, then he wouldn't be Lin Shanha. Instantly, the blood mist flashed and tightened again. His palms moved. Rumble, rumble, rumble. There was an explosion in the air. The blood shadow on his palms was like a pool of blood that was boiling in a pool of blood. It carried an incomparably dense force as it struck out. Luo Tian frowned as he moved his left fist. Green Dragon Fist. He didn't evade at all. He faced it head-on. He faced it head-on. Rumble. A fist and a palm collided. Blood light shot out in all directions as a powerful force continuously struck out. Luo Tian's body tilted to the side. His left arm let out a series of bone cracking sounds. His entire arm was in extreme pain. The blood light that spurted out from Lin Shanha's palm crazily attacked his body. It was as if his body was going to be pierced by thousands of holes. However, under the intense pain, Luo Tian didn't let go. Moreover, his legs were still pressing down on Lin Shanha's chest. White Tiger Fist. His left arm was crippled. He still had his right arm. His right fist moved. Like lightning, the white tiger rushed out and punched down again. Bang! A blood-sucking fong was sent flying, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Lin Shanha was even more furious. "I want to see how long you can last." Power of the blood race. Blood light soaring sky. "Get out of my way." Lin Shanha released all of his strength and struck with his left palm. Luo Tian still didn't dodge. His right fist struck. Boom! He faced it head-on again without dodging at all. Rumble. Luo Tian's body jerked and almost flew out. At this time, all the joints in his right arm were dislocated and the pain was unbearable. Rumble. Lin Shanha's body was pressed to the ground. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from his chest as all his ribs were broken. Moreover, his internal organs were injured, causing him to spit out blood repeatedly. At the moment when he hit the ground, Luo Tian's body was also sent flying. After flying for more than 10 meters, Luo Tian moved his knees and grabbed his left shoulder with his right hand. Kacha! Ah! The broken joints were reconnected and Luo Tian's face was as white as a sheet of paper. Kacha! Ah! His right arm was also reconnected. Luo Tian let out 2 painful screams and took a deep breath. Then he looked up and stared at Lin Shanha like the god of death. "You dare to touch my Luo Tian's woman. Even if you are the king of heaven, I will kill you." Lin Shanha. Give me your life. Lin Shanha was also furious. Being crushed by a slave, where was his face? You dog, die for me. In an instant, Lin Shanha used all of his strength and used his killing move. Bang! Once again he faced the attack head-on. Luo Tian was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. Lin Shanha also retreated dozens of steps and thought, I didn't expect him to have such powerful strength. He must die today. If he doesn't die, he will be a disaster. Boom! Lin Shanha endured the pain and took a step forward. Looking down at the bloodied Luo Tian, he slammed his palm down. Go to hell. Chapter 1666. How could he fight him head-on? The difference in cultivation between the two of them was too big. He was an existence that could not be surpassed. Lin Shanha looked down from above. His blood-red eyes were abnormally terrifying. He stared at Luo Tian, who was lying on the ground. He said in a deep voice, Go to hell. Don't. Lin Shanha, stop. Lin Yu rushed forward crazily. Lin Zhan also rushed forward crazily. However, they were too far away. They couldn't make it in time. Qin Yan laughed. He laughed proudly. Ha ha ha. Kill him, kill him. Elder Lin, kill him. Ha ha ha. You want to fight with me? You want to snatch from me? You lowly thing, do you have the right to do so? Ha ha ha, he heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Tian was already on the ground. He couldn't get up. He had won. With Luo Tian's death, Lin Zhan's combat power would be greatly reduced. The Tian High battle team would arrive soon. When that time came, thinking of this, Qin Yan laughed excitedly. Xingtian City will become a dead city. Xingtian Prefecture will disappear forever. Your woman will become my plaything. Ha ha ha. This is the result of fighting with me. Ha ha ha, he laughed proudly. He laughed crazily. At this moment, he finally didn't have to be afraid of anything. Luo Tian was already crippled. Everyone looked at Lin Shanha. Their hearts clenched. Luo Tian lifted his head slightly from the pool of blood. He wanted to get up, but it was too difficult. His body was severely exhausted. He was on the verge of collapsing. However, he refused to accept it. He was unusually unwilling to accept it. He wanted to stand up. Every effort was useless. He lay on the ground, unable to move. He was too tired. There were too many injuries on his body. I can't take it anymore. Can't I take it anymore? Luo Tian, can't you take it anymore? Luo Tian kept asking himself. Have you forgotten why you came to the divine plane? Have you forgotten that Shui, and the rest are still waiting for you to save them? Have you forgotten that your brother is still suffering in hell? How can you collapse here? How can I die here? He asked himself frantically in his mind. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared madly in his heart. I will never die here, never! Ah! He raised his head and roared. Without waiting for Lin Shanha's palm strike to land, he stood up abruptly and took it head-on. Ah bang! A palm strike landed on the top of his head. Luo Tian's body was on the verge of collapsing. Blood was gushing out of his head. Lin Shanha angrily shouted, He's not dead yet! Then eat my palm again. His left hand moved and chopped down again. It was also at this moment. The sky suddenly darkened as a blood-red figure appeared under his control and shouted, Enough! His voice was like thunder. As the godly aura came crashing down, it bound Lin Shanha. This voice, Lin Shanha's heart, was dead silent. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at the top of a building. His voice trembled as he said, old ancestor. Lin Zhan directly knelt down and shouted, Old ancestor, he is Luo Tian. Save him, save him. At this moment, Qin Yan was so scared that he was trembling. Like a turtle, he once again hid in the protective circle of the guards. He squatted down and said softly, Protect me, protect me. This old man can't be offended. You must protect me well. The old ancestor of the Lin family was very famous in the entire Tiandao city. Qin Yan was scared to death. Lin Shanha was unconvinced. Old ancestor, everything that happened to Xingtian Prefecture today is because of this kid. If we don't kill him today, the guards of Tiandao City will slaughter the entire Xingtian City. I am doing this for Xingtian Prefecture, for the Lin family. The old ancestor shouted, I'm afraid it's for yourself. The voice once again struck Lin Shanha's mind. His body started to tremble. At this moment, he was completely suppressed. Other than speaking, he couldn't use any strength. However, Lin Shanha was unconvinced and said, Old ancestor, you are really biased. When you chose the prefecture, Lord, you were already biased. I'm not as good as Lin Zhan. My merits are higher than his, and my cultivation is higher. However, you directly handed the prefecture, Lord, to him. Look at what he has done all these years. If it wasn't for me, Xingtian Prefecture would have been swallowed by Nantian Prefecture on the other side of the river. If Lin Zhan didn't choose a lowly slave today, why would the guards of Tiandao City appear? Why would our Xingtian City fall into a situation where the entire city is about to be slaughtered? If he doesn't die today, Xingtian City will cease to exist tomorrow. The old ancestor's eyes turned ferocious as he shouted, You know very well what you have done all these years. You assassinated Lin Zhan's 2 daughters. If it wasn't for your actions, why wouldn't I give you the position of prefecture lord? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhan was shocked. Lin Yu was also stunned. Big sister and second sister actually died in his hands. Lin Zhan directly shouted to the sky, Lin Shanha, I'm going to kill you. Lin Shanha's face turned pale as well. He had done this flawlessly. How did the old ancestor know about this? Now that things had come to this, Lin Shanha threw caution to the wind and said, Kill me? Old man Lin, you have to be clear about the current situation. The patrolling heavenly ships of Tiandao City are about to arrive. You won't be able to stop them alone. Killing me won't do any good. As long as I say something to the strong martial artist of Tiandao City, Xingtian City's crisis will be resolved. Lin Zhan. Lin Shanha's expression changed as he laughed coldly. You better kneel on the ground obediently. Otherwise, everyone in the city will die. Qin Yan popped his head out from the encirclement of the guards and said, Elder Lin is right. My father's patrolling heavenly ships have already arrived at Xingtian City. You better kneel down obediently. Otherwise... But before he could finish his sentence, Yi Zichen said, Luo Tian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly roared, F***CK, your ancestors! Absorbing stars, great skill. Die. After cursing out loud, Luo Tian's whole body was wrapped in dark doqi. He grabbed Lin Shanha's head with one hand and stared at him like the god of death. He then shouted, Absorb! Everything happened too suddenly. Even Lin Shanha, who was right in front of him, couldn't react in time. Luo Tian was still able to attack after suffering such heavy injuries? How was this possible? Moreover, the moment Luo Tian's palm grabbed onto his head, Luo Tian's body felt as if 100,000 volts of electricity had entered his body. All the energy in his body was crazily sucked away, all of it surging into Luo Tian's body. Ah! Lin Shanha screamed miserably. The energy in Luo Tian's body began to expand crazily. Half a minute later, Lin Shanha's body withered, like a mummy, completely sucked dry. Luo Tian kicked him away. Bam! Dead. Ding! There was still one more chapter at night. Chapter 1667. Ding! The system notification sounded. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lin Shanha for obtaining 180,000 experience points and 8,000 divine essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. A few items dropped. Luo Tian didn't care about what Lin Shanha dropped. Instead, he turned to the side and shamelessly clawed at Qin Yan, who was not far away. Everything happened too quickly. No one expected it. Even the old ancestor of the Lin family was at a loss. He never expected Luo Tian to be able to counterattack and suck Lin Shanhe dry. "Protect me! Quick, quick, protect me! Luo Tian, are you crazy? Killing me won't do you any good. My father will raze Shengtian City to the ground. You can forget about living. Everyone in Shengtian Manor can forget about living." Qin Yan hid in the crowd and shouted. 2 rows of imperial guards charged towards Luo Tian. At this moment, Lin Zhan didn't stay idle either. He shouted, "Kill!" Lin Zhan was filled with gratitude towards Luo Tian, because Luo Tian helped him kill Lin Shanhe. If he attacked, the old ancestor would definitely stop him. Moreover, it wasn't easy to kill Lin Shanhe. No matter what Luo Tian did now, he would help him with all his might. Bang! 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 The imperial guards were knocked off their feet by Lin Zhan alone. Luo Tian's 5 fingers formed a claw and stabbed into the head of the imperial guard. "Absorb!" Buzz! Halala! A strong wind blew, and the divine essence surged. It was crazily absorbed by Luo Tian's body. The divine essence points were quickly compensated. What was worth mentioning was that other than the divine essence power, there was also the source power. However, the moment the source power entered Luo Tian's body, it was instantly lost. Not a single bit could be retained. It was just like when he killed people in the past. Every time he killed someone, he would obtain the power of origin. However, every time he couldn't fuse with it and store in his body, he couldn't use it. This was all because he did not belong to the world controlled by the divine domain. His soul came from Earth. He could only absorb and use the origin energy from Earth. However, Luo Tian did not take it seriously. Without the power of origin, he could still kill without stopping. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Ding! Sin +1, ding! Congratulations, player! The system notifications kept ringing. With Lin Zhan paving the way in front, he was in charge of harvesting from the back. He used the absorbing star's great technique to absorb the divine essence points crazily. His divine essence points were replenished and filled up in just a short while. However, the absorbing star's great art could absorb divine essence values, but it could not heal the injuries on the body. He was still seriously injured. If it were not for the fact that he was extremely displeased with Qin Yan in his heart and had held on until now, it was likely that he would have fainted already. "Help! Save me! Whoever can save my life will be spared from death. Chief Lin, don't be rash. You better think carefully. If I die, the hundreds of thousands of lives in your Shengtian Manor will all be buried with me. Is the Shengtian Manor that your Lin family built so hard going to be destroyed just like that?" Qin Yan staggered back. The guards could not stop Lin Zhan at all. In addition, Luo Tian was dripping with blood. He was like a killing god, killing them one by one. Qin Yan's heart was filled with fear. He shouted at the old ancestor of the Lin clan in the distance. "Ancestor Lin, Chief Lin doesn't see the big picture. You should know what the purple cloud arrow means. You know how strong the Imperial Guards are. Do you also want to see Shengtian City destroyed? As long as you let me go, I promise that I won't make things difficult for you. I swear to the heavens." Qin Yan was getting more and more afraid. Seeing Luo Tian getting closer and closer to him, he was so frightened that he nearly shouted for his mother. The Lin family old ancestor frowned. The power of the purple cloud arrow was huge. Once the skyship arrived, the Lin family's 1,000-year foundation would be destroyed. However, he also knew that Luo Tian had to kill Qin Yan. Also, Lin Zhan wouldn't listen to his orders now. He would do his best to help Luo Tian. Bang! "Ah, young master, run quickly." "Ah!" One by one, the heavily injured Imperial Guards died in the hands of Luo Tian. His experience points were also increasing crazily. Qin Yan retreated to a wall. There were only 2 guards left beside him. He grabbed them tightly and said, "I order you to protect me. You must protect me." Bang! Bang! Lin Zhan moved instantly and punched out twice. Before Qin Yan could finish speaking, the 2 guards had already collapsed. Luo Tian walked forward with difficulty. He grabbed with both hands and said, "Absorb!" 10 seconds later, Luo Tian's lips curled up. He smiled coldly and said, "Be proud and arrogant again. Don't you have a commander of the Imperial Guards as your father? Aren't you very arrogant and arrogant? Be arrogant again for me to see." Luo Tian stood in front of Qin Yan. Qin Yan's legs went soft. He knelt down and begged, "Hero Luo, please be magnanimous and spare my life. I will do whatever you say. Asterisk, 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 is 1 bucket enough? If it's not enough, I will eat 10 buckets. As long as you let me go once, I am willing to do anything you ask me to do." Death was the scariest thing in the world, because everyone was afraid of death. Hence, everyone wanted to live. Qin Yan was very afraid of death. Hence, his dignity was like floating clouds in the sky to him. Huff, huff, huff. Luo Tian's breathing became hurried. He couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Shan's heavy attacks made him suffer immensely. Lin Zhan said softly, "Luo Tian, how do you want him to die? I can do it for you." "No, no, no. No, Chief Lin, you can't kill me." Qin Yan knelt in front of Lin Zhan and begged for mercy. Luo Tian looked at Lin Zhan and then at the innocent commoners around him. He really wanted to kill Qin Yan. He really, really wanted to. If he followed his previous methods, he would have died 10,000 times already. But looking at the current situation, Luo Tian took in a deep breath and said, "Chief, let's hand him over to the ancestor. I hope that we can use him to resolve Xingtian City's crisis." He didn't finish his sentence. Luo Tian's 2 eyes became dizzy, and he directly fell down. He was too tired and in too much pain. It was a miracle that he was able to hold on until now. Lin Zhan immediately stepped forward and supported Luo Tian. Then he kicked Qin Yan's chin and sent him flying. He said, "You should thank Luo Tian. If not, you would have died long ago." Qin Yan immediately got up and knelt on the ground, kowtowing. "Thank you, Hero Luo. Thank you, Manor Lord Lin. I will definitely ask my father to summon these heavenly warships back. They will definitely not harm a single flower or blade of grass in Shentian Prefecture." While they were talking, a black shadow landed from the sky. The sky ships of the patrolling Imperial Guards had arrived. Good night. Those who haven't collected Old Bull's new book, Tyrannical Warrior God, can go and collect it. I will update when it reaches 400. Old Bull thanks. Chapter 1668. He really wanted to kill him, but in the end he held himself back, because Luo Tian had to consider Lin Zhan, Xingtian Prefecture, and the hundreds of thousands of lives in the city. Although he knew that Qin Yan was a despicable person, once he left the city, he would definitely order the sky ships to attack Xingtian City. But what if he asked his father's men to stop attacking and let Xingtian Prefecture go, just in case Luo Tian held himself back? Moreover, in the end, he didn't have the strength to kill Qin Yan. His entire body was covered in injuries. His body was extremely overdrawn. He was already exhausted. At this moment, Lin Yu hurriedly ran over and supported Luo Tian. She said, "Father, go out of the city with old ancestor. I will take care of him." Her voice was trembling. Her heart was in pain. When she saw Luo Tian covered in blood, her heart was in extreme pain. It was as if a steel needle had pierced through her heart. Lin Zhan said, "That's good too. You must take good care of him. Don't let anything happen to him." Luo Tian's final choice was something that even he didn't expect. Because of this, the gratitude in Lin Zhan's heart grew even stronger. Lin Yu said, "Don't worry. I will take good care of him." Ancestor Lin grabbed the air and lifted Qin Yan up from the ground as if he was lifting a chick. He said to Lin Zhan, "Follow me out of the city." Lin Zhan instructed Zhang Ao and the rest. "If the sky ships attack us, you don't have to care about me. No matter what price you have to pay, you have to protect Luo Tian. Find an opportunity to break through the blazing mountain range. Do you understand?" Zhang Ao nodded heavily. "Don't worry, Mansion Master." At this moment, Lu Yuanzong walked out of the blacksmith guild. When he saw Lin Yu supporting Luo Tian, he immediately said, "Bring him here. I have a high-grade healing pill here." At this moment, Lu Yuanzong wasn't stingy at all. In his heart, he also wanted to save Luo Tian. Such a genius blacksmith couldn't die just like that. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss to the God's Domain's refining guild. Lin Yu did not hesitate. This place was too far away from the Lin Mansion. The Weapon Refining Union was the best choice. If she took a step back and Qin Yan changed his mind, the Imperial Army Guards on the Heavenly Warship would attack Xingtian City. However, they had to consider the Weapon Refining Union carefully. After all, it was the Weapon Refining Union, one of the strongest unions in the Divine Dominion. At the same time, Lin Yu walked into the Weapon Crafting Guild, and Ai Shang also sneaked in quietly. Like Lin Yu, she was also extremely worried about Luo Tian's injuries. At this moment, outside the city gates, a heavenly warship slowly descended. Immediately after, 4 rows of Imperial Army soldiers rushed out with spears in their hands. There were more than 200 Imperial Army soldiers. Shortly after, a deputy general walked out. When Qin Yan saw this, he immediately shouted, "Deputy General Shao, save me! Come and save me!" The deputy general was called Shao Zhan. Qin Yan was a deputy general of Qin Yan's father and was absolutely loyal to his father. When Shao Zhan saw Qin Yan being grabbed by Lin Taizu, he frowned and shouted, "Lin Taizu, are you trying to rebel? You actually kidnapped the commander's son." No wonder Jiang Wei shot the purple cloud arrow. "I thought it was something serious. I didn't expect your Xingtian prefecture to rebel. Imperial Army, listen to my order." Ha! More than 200 God Master Realm Imperial Army soldiers suddenly trembled and shouted in unison. Lin Taizu took a step forward and lifted Qin Yan into the air. He said, "What did you promise just now? You didn't forget it, right?" No. How could I forget it?" Qin Yan quickly said. In the hands of Lin Taizu, he didn't dare to resist. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to listen obediently. He immediately said to Shao Zhan, "Deputy General Shao, I'm fine. I'm fine. Thanks to Xingtian Prefecture's help, I survived. If not for them, you wouldn't be able to see me. Please don't attack Xingtian City. Please don't." He said it sincerely. Shao Zhan also raised his hand slightly and ordered, "Don't move." He asked, "Young master, what exactly happened?" On the way here, Qin Yan had already thought it through. He said, "It was all because of the Lin clan's great elder Lin Shanha. He held me hostage and threatened Patriarch Lin to hand over the position of Patriarch. In order to protect my life, Patriarch Lin did not hesitate to give up his position. In the end, a fight broke out. Even Captain Jiang was killed by that bastard, Lin Shanha. It was all thanks to Patriarch Lin's help. Otherwise, I would have died in Lin Shanha's hands. Deputy General Shao and the others are all heroes. When I return to Tiandao City, I will immediately report to my father that the purple cloud arrow was a misunderstanding." His ability to make up stories was beyond Lin Zhan and Lin Taizu's imagination. It had only been a few minutes, and he was able to come up with such a pure story. At the same time, they were sure that Qin Yan was really afraid. He was really scared by Luo Tian. Qin Yan smiled. "Lin Taizu, are you satisfied with what I said?" "Don't worry. I've said this today, and I'll say it again when I return to Tiandao City. From now on, I won't cause any trouble for Xingtian Prefecture. I, Qin Yan, will keep my word. I won't come to Xingtian City again." Qin Yan said sincerely. Lin Taizu looked at Lin Zhan. The two of them looked at each other. Lin Zhan still didn't believe it. But if they just wanted to capture Qin Yan, Xiao Zhan wasn't blind. He wasn't a fool. How could he not see it? Buzz, rumble, rumble. The second heavenly ship landed from the sky. This heavenly warship was even bigger. More than 400 Imperial Army guards rushed out of the heavenly warship. "Xiao Zhan, what happened?" "He actually shot the purple cloud arrow." Xiao Zhan laughed and said, "Brother Qin, it's all a misunderstanding. Young master went through a dangerous situation and accidentally shot the purple cloud arrow. It's all a misunderstanding. I think everything is fine." At this moment again, the third heavenly ship landed too. Another 400 or so Imperial Army guards rushed out. Cold sweat appeared on Lin Zhan's back. With such a powerful lineup, they could easily break through Xingtian City. Now he finally understood why Luoyua City, which was so powerful, could be wiped out in one night. The Imperial Guards were really too powerful. Qin Yan smiled. "It's okay. It's all a misunderstanding." Then Qin Yan said softly, "Lin Taizu, if you continue to capture me like this, they will definitely be suspicious. Don't worry. I am not that kind of person. As long as you let me go, I will bring them away from here." At that moment, Lin Taizu had no choice. Even if he didn't want to, he had to. He looked towards Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan naturally knew too. He nodded his head. "Young Master Qin, I hope you can keep your promise." Qin Yan's face was solemn. "Headmaster Lin, don't worry." After speaking, Lin Taizu released Qin Yan. Qin Yan was really calm. He walked towards Xiao Zhan slowly. His face was filled with a smile, a really proud smile. The moment he walked beside Xiao Zhan, he turned around and hollered, "Kill! I want Xingtian City to be filled with blood." The first chapter has been sent. The update was a little late. Sorry. Chapter 1669. In Xingtian City, in the hall of the Blacksmith Guild. The beams of the hall were still charred black. This was caused by Luo Tian using the flame of refinement and the burning fruit. Lin Yu's face was filled with anxiety as she muttered, "I wonder how father is doing." Lu Yuanzong fed Luo Tian 2 healing pills and said, "Miss Lin, don't worry. With Chief Lin and Ancestor Lin around, Qin Yan won't dare to do anything. Moreover, the Imperial Army commander only has one son. He won't joke around with his life." After losing the competition, Lu Yuanzong became humble. According to the bet, he should become Luo Tian's servant. Lin Yu smiled and said, "I hope so." Lu Yuanzong wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Even if the Imperial Army of Tiandao City charged into the city, this was the Blacksmith Guild. No one would dare to barge in. Even if they did, he would be fully prepared. Rumble, rumble, rumble. All of a sudden, explosions rang out everywhere, and the city instantly fell into chaos. They charged in. The Imperial Army is massacring the city. Everyone, run for your lives. Run. Outside the city, Lin Zhan knelt on the ground. His body was covered in blood as he stared at Qin Yan with hatred. Qin Yan smiled proudly and said, "You old bastard, I almost died in your hands. Now, I want you to pay the price in blood. I want to kill everyone in Xingtian City. I won't even let go of a mosquito." Deputy General Xiao Zhan immediately shouted, "Here! Kill! Let all the Imperial Army guards charge in and kill everyone in Xingtian City." Qin Yan was furious. He had lost all his face in Xingtian City. He had eaten *T twice, and his balls had exploded. He wanted to destroy everything here. Xiao Zhan immediately ordered, "Enter the city. 3 light policy. Kill them all, rob them all, burn them all." Don't leave anyone alive." As soon as he finished speaking, the Imperial Army guards on the 3 sky ships swarmed out like locusts and charged toward Xingtian City. This was their favorite thing. It was also their happiest moment. It was time to strike it rich. Lin Zhan struggled to stand up and shouted, "You bunch of evil demons. Don't even think about stepping into my city." As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red light around his body surged. A blood mist shot out like a light wave. It covered an area of 1 kilometer. Xiao Zhan frowned and immediately shouted, "Young noble, be careful!" At this moment, humph, a cold snort sounded, and a cold light flashed as if cutting through the void. A head fell to the ground. The surrounding blood mist fell and disappeared in less than a few seconds. Qin Yan was shocked. This was the unique blood explosion technique of the Blood Clan. Everything within the blood explosion domain could be destroyed, and he would also be turned into dust. Fear still lingered in Qin Yan's heart. The hatred in his heart grew even more intense as he shouted, "Kill, kill, kill them all!" Immediately after, Qin Yan looked at the other deputy general and said, "Deputy General Qin, have you killed the ancestor of the Lin family?" Chan Yu smiled faintly and said, "How could an old thing in the divine will realm be my match? He has already died without a burial ground." "Good," Qin Yan said excitedly. "It's best that that old thing is dead. Today, we will kill all the Blood Clan members in Shangtian Prefecture. None of them can be left alive. They must be in the blacksmith guild. Lu Yuanzong, that old fellow, will definitely help that lowly slave. Break through the blacksmith guild and bring that slave called Luo Tian to me. I will personally cripple him." Thinking about Luo Tian, he couldn't help but tense up. The scene of him kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy made him extremely furious and filled with killing intent. This time, Qin Yan swore to himself that he would definitely kill Luo Tian. He would personally kill him. Xiao Zhan frowned slightly and said, "Blacksmith Guild." Qin Yan was immediately unhappy and said, "Why? You don't dare? It's just a blacksmith guild in Shangtian Prefecture. Why can't I touch it?" Xiao Zhan immediately said, "Young master, you worry too much." The purple cloud arrow shocked the sky, not to mention the blacksmith guild. Even if it was the headquarters of the blacksmith guild, Xiao Zhan, would definitely not frown. You should know that the power of the purple cloud arrow is 3 heavenly ships. I will destroy the city at all costs. Even without Qin Yan, Shangtian City would be destroyed, no matter what happened. From the moment the purple cloud arrow exploded in the sky above Xingtian City, this city was destined to be destroyed, just like Luoyuan City in the past. Blood flowed like a river, and it became a dead city. Qin Yan immediately smiled and said, "Good." In the city, the 4 city gates were blocked. The city was ablaze. Burning, killing, and looting were carried out crazily. 3-year-old children kill. Infants in swaddling clothes kill. Old people kill. Young and beautiful women rape first and then kill. In less than half an hour, blood flowed on the main street of the city and corpses were everywhere. In front of the blacksmith guild, Zhang Ao led the remaining disciples of Shangtian Prefecture to fight a bloody battle. "Kill!" Zhang Ao roared. He held the Xian weapon that Luo Tian refined for him tightly and rushed in. At the same time, the dozen or so disciples beside him also rushed forward. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha! The Imperial Guards held long spears and closed in step by step. The moment Zhang Ao and the rest rushed forward, a few figures flew out from the group of guards. "You don't know your own strength. How dare you block the path of the Imperial Guards? You are courting death." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The difference in strength was too big. Zhang Ao was no match for them at all. After 1 round, the original dozen or so brothers had been reduced to 5. One of Zhang Ao's arms was chopped off. Fresh blood gushed out, but he didn't shout or retreat. He promised Lin Zhan that he would protect Luo Tian with his life. He would definitely die. Kacha! The shadow of the blade was like lightning and slashed his chest. His body was split into two. 2 rows of Imperial guards rushed towards the Blacksmith Guild. They weren't afraid just because the Blacksmith Guild was one of the strongest guilds in the Divine Plane. They knew very well what the Purple Cloud Arrow's order was. In the Blacksmith Guild, "Wake up! Hurry up and wake up!" Lin Yu looked at Luo Tian and squatted beside him. She held Luo Tian's hand tightly and said calmly, "Even if I die, I will die with you." At this moment, Anai Shang walked out and said, "Don't talk about dying. The most important thing now is how to wake him up. Also, any blacksmith guild will be equipped with a sky ship. Don't tell me that you don't have one here." Anai Shang questioned. Lu Yuanzong found it strange. Who exactly was this woman? But when he saw the golden badge on her chest, he was shocked and immediately said, "Madam!" Anai Shang shouted, "Activate the sky ship immediately. Before they attack, we still have a chance to escape." Immediately, Anai Shang glanced at Lin Yu and said, "I heard that the blood of the Lin family's blood clan can save people. Hurry up and wake him up." At this moment, only then did Lin Yu come to her senses. Without thinking about anything else, she bit down on Luo Tian's neck and sucked with all her might. It was also at this moment that the divine power in Luo Tian's body began to violently rebound. Thank you to Su Tao for the 2 1888 rewards yesterday. Old Bull is very grateful. 2 chapters for today and 4 chapters for tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Chapter 1670. Kill. The Weapon Refining Union's last line of defense was broken. 2 rows of Imperial guards charged in. First, they snatched all kinds of Xian weapons. Then, an Imperial guard quickly went to report. A few minutes later, "What? He's not in the Weapon Refining Union. Impossible." Qin Yen frowned. When he thought of Luo Tian, he felt pain all over his body. "No matter what, we can't let him escape. We must kill him. We must." The fear that Luo Tian caused in his heart was too strong. He couldn't hold it in for a moment. At the same time, Qin Yen also knew that Luo Tian's ability was beyond imagination. If he was really the legendary Luo Tian, once he found a sovereign expert to back him up, he would be the one to die in the end. Thinking of this, Qin Yen shouted, "Search. Even if we have to turn the entire Shengtian city upside down, we must find him." "Yes." A guard hurriedly walked out. Xiao Zhan pondered for a moment and said, "The Weapon Refining Union is the only place where they can hide. Could it be that there's a secret room or secret passage in the Weapon Refining Union?" Another deputy general said, "The possibility of them hiding is not high. I heard that every branch of the Weapon Refining Union is equipped with a sky ship. In my opinion, they must be trying to escape on the sky ship. We are all in the city. If they escape on the sky ship now, it will be hard for us to catch up." Suddenly, Qin Yan's eyes darkened. "That must be the case. Pass down my order. Number 1 warship, continue to massacre the city. Number 2 and number 3 warships, return to the sky ship with me. Luo Tian, you can't escape today," Qin Yen said fiercely. In a secret room in the Weapon Refining Union, a small sky ship was parked in the secret room. Anai Shang carried Lin Yu and ordered Lu Yuanzong to carry Luo Tian into the sky ship. Anai Shang said, "Activate the sky ship immediately. Before they react, this is our only chance." Looking at the unconscious Lin Yu and Luo Tian, Anai Shang frowned. She mumbled, "I don't know what's going on. I asked her to save them, but she fainted. He's still not waking up." Sigh, Anai Shang did not panic at all in the face of such an urgent matter. She was abnormally calm. Lu Yuanzong obeyed Anai Shang's orders. "Yes, milady." Anai Shang said, "After the sky ship activates, immediately head toward the Flame mountain range. That is the only place to avoid the patrols of the Imperial Army skyship. As long as we cross the Flame mountain range, we will be out of Tiandao City's territory. They won't dare to chase after us. As long as we can escape, we will report everything that happened here to the headquarters. Amir, Tiandao City dares to attack the Blacksmith Guild and kill a high-level blacksmith of the Blacksmith Guild. At that time, even the Imperial Army of Tiandao City will have to pay a heavy price. And Aishang saw everything that happened in the city. Massacre the entire city. It was an inhumane massacre. Blood flowed like a river. Hundreds of thousands of lives were wiped out just like that. It was too cruel. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Yuanzong said, I will activate the heavenly worship now. And Aishang luoked at the haggard Luo Tian and thought to herself, you mustn't die. You still haven't helped me find the essence fire of the Flame Mountain. You must hang on. Rumble. Rumble. The heavenly worship was activated and flew into the sky. At that moment, Luo Tian's body was transforming crazily. Linyu, Ai's blood clan's power, was being devoured by the dark willpower. Almost all the power in Linyu, Er's body was being sucked dry. Luo Tian's injuries were also recovering rapidly. Although he was unconscious, he was still conscious. There were screams coming from the city. There were children crying and old people begging on the ground. There were also the maniacal laughter of the Imperial Army and the sounds of killing. All of these stimulated his brain. Anger surged in his heart. Qi Nian. Dog that goes back on his words. Luo Tian's heart was bleeding. Actually, he had guessed that this would be the outcome. However, he didn't dare to risk hundreds of thousands of lives. Moreover, no matter what choice he made, Xingtian City couldn't escape the fate of destruction. However, he was unhappy. Extremely unhappy. He was really unhappy that Qi Nian, this arrogant villain, didn't die. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion and a layer of clouds dispersed. Lu Yuanzong looked up and was horrified. He immediately said to Aishang, Lord, above us! Aishang saw it too. I didn't expect that we would escape on the heavenly worship. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Qi Nian's maniacal laughter could be heard. Lu Yuanzong, you old thing, haven't you eaten enough? You actually helped this lowly slave escape. I wanted to spare your life at first, but now you have to die too. Lu Yuanzong shouted, Qi Nian, you despicable villain. How can you go back on your words? How can you be worthy of living in this world? He asked softly, Lord, what should we do now? Aishang was also in deep thought. Even if she revealed her identity now, she might not be able to stop Qi Nian's killing intent. What should we do? What should we do? Aishang kept asking herself. She couldn't think of any other way. She thought that she could escape with the sky sword, but now it wasn't just above them. Even their escape route was blocked by another heavenly worship. There was no way to escape. Suddenly, Aishang felt that someone was standing behind her. She turned around and realized that Luo Tian had woken up. His eyes turned black. His entire body was wrapped in thick, dark battle energy. The aura that was released from his body made her feel like she was standing in the 18 levels of hell. It was dark, terrifying, and suppressed her heart. It was really unbearable. Qi Nian laughed coldly and said, You dog, I did not expect you to still be alive. It is best that you are alive. I have said before that I will slowly toy with you to death. Xingtian City will be destroyed, the entire city will be massacred, and all your brothers will die. Later, your woman will also die after I toy with her. Do you have anything to say about this? Ha ha ha! After saying that, Qi Nian laughed out in delight. With Xiao Zhan and Qinyu here, even 10 Luo Tians weren't their match. There were also 600 overguards. Who would dare to touch him? I am invincible. Qi Nian was unusually arrogant. He stared at the silent Luo Tian and said, This feeling must be really good. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, You are not even an ant in front of me. You want to fight with me? This is the outcome. Ha ha ha! Luo Tian still didn't say a word. However, the dark flames on his body suddenly soared, and Ai Shang retreated quickly and said anxiously, "Don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything stupid." Boom! Roar! Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. An extremely huge, dark dragon god ancestor pressed down from the 9 heavens. Today, the first chapter of the 4 chapters was delivered. Chapter 1671. Why is the sky dark? Qin Yan was startled, then looked at Luo Tian, who was on Lu Yuanzong's sky ship. Where did that dog go? Rumble. A loud sound rang out. The dark aura spread out in the sky. It directly enveloped half of the sky. The ancestor of the dark dragon god pressed down from the 9 heavens, bringing with it endless anger. Xiao Zhan raised his eyes slightly. Pata! He staggered and fell to the ground. His pupils dilated as he pointed to the sky and said, "Dragon, dragon, dragon!" Chunyu raised his head to look, his face pale, and shouted loudly, "Prepare for battle!" Qin Yan was still thinking about where Luo Tian had gone, and said disdainfully, "In the divine realm, dragons are not some amazing creatures. What is there to be afraid of? In the territory of the natural law city, even if the dragon clan came, they would have to behave themselves." Before he could finish his words, suddenly, a pair of huge eyes were staring at him. Incomparably huge eyes. One eye was even bigger than the sky ship he was on, like a huge ball. Gudong! Qin Yan gulped heavily, his body trembling as he continuously retreated, and said, "Xiaozhan, Qinyu, protect me! Quick, quick! Quickly come and protect me!" Walala! At his crotch, a mixture of feces and urine flowed down from the bottom of his pants. He had never been as afraid as he was now. Even when he was kneeling in front of Luo Tian, he had never been as afraid as he was now. That pair of huge eyes seemed to be able to crush his mind. Plop! Qin Yan immediately knelt down and kowtowed heavily. "Lord, please spare my life. Please spare my life. I didn't mean to say anything about the Dragon Clan. Please forgive me." "Forgive." The dark dragon god's mouth moved slightly, and his voice came out. This voice, Qin Yan's pupil shrank, and his voice trembled even more. You are that slave. No, you are Luo Tian." Gudong! At this moment, his mind was crushed by fear. He turned around and frantically crawled to the side, shouting loudly, "Xiaozhan, Qinyu, quickly come and save me. Quickly save me." "Ah, father!" "Come quickly, child." He was so scared that he called out for his father. At this moment, Xiao Zhan roared, "Shoot!" More than 400 Imperial Guards took out their crossbows and shot at the dragon god transformed by Luo Tian. Then, those arrows were of no use at all. They were crushed into powder by the dark dou qi around the dragon god's body before they could even get close. It was too strong, unparalleled. Luo Tian was furious. With a swing of its huge tail, its huge body rolled up. In an instant, it entangled one of the heavenly warships. Its body suddenly shrank and twitched. Crack! Rumble! 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 A heavenly warship exploded and turned into ruins. All the people on the heavenly warship were crushed into powder by the power of the dragon god. Ding! 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 The system notification rang out crazily. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, God Tier 2. Ding! Ding! The notification was still ringing crazily. There were more than 400 Imperial Guards on the heavenly warship, and all of them were at the God Tier stage. Their experience points were all over 10,000, and Luo Tian leveled up almost instantly. However, he did not care at all. His eyes were still staring at Qin Yan as he said in a heavy voice, "Are you afraid now?" Qin Yan was so scared that his face turned pale, and he continuously spat out blood, loudly begging for mercy. Luo Tian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched Xingtian City. But all of this has nothing to do with me. It was Jiang Wei who released the purple cloud arrow. Once the purple cloud arrow is released, it will attract 3 heavenly warships, and all of this is not something I can control. Luo Tian, I beg you, please spare me. I swear, I swear. Swear to your 18 generations of ancestors. Die. Luo Tian was unable to restrain his anger, and with a spurt of dragon breath, he swept Qin Yan into the air. He opened his mouth. Crack! Blood spurted out from between his teeth. Qin Yan let out a pig-like howl. Save me. Crack! His head exploded. Qin Yan's eyes protruded out. Other than fear, there was also endless regret in his eyes. If he was given the choice again, he would. Even if he died, he wouldn't offend Luo Tian. It was too terrifying. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Qin Yan for obtaining 190 experience points, 19 God Essence points. Ah, young master! Xiao Zhan shouted loudly, his face filled with anger. Chun Yu directly said, Do you know where this is? Do you know who we are? So what if you have the body of a dragon? Let me tell you, this is the territory under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Law City. This is the territory of the Heavenly Law Divine Lord, the territory of the Crown Prince. The power of the Heavenly Law can blast your mere body into smithereens. They had never seen Luo Tian before. They were not sure of Luo Tian's voice. They still thought that this dragon was from the Divine Realms dragon race. Heavenly Law Divine Lord, Crown Prince of Heavenly Law City. I am killing the people of Heavenly Law City. The dragon god was furious. He opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the entire sky warship. Xiao Zhan flew out with all his might. Chunyu ran for his life. However, a huge dark suction force sucked him in, making him unable to move at all. This power was too strong. Even though they were experts at the spirit will realm, they were still crushed to death. Their sea of consciousness collapsed. Their divinity cracked. Waves of furious killing intent surged into their bodies, crazily crushing them. This power was something they had never seen before. Fear. At the same time, they kept roaring. You dare to touch the Imperial Army of Heavenly Law City. The Heavenly Law Divine Lord won't let you off. The Crown Prince won't let you off either. They will kill the entire dragon race. Just you wait. They couldn't understand. Why would the dragon race, which was billions of kilometers away, appear here? The Divine Realms dragon race wasn't strong. They couldn't compete with Heavenly Law City at all. But what was wrong with this dragon? Unbridled. Crack! The sky warship was bitten into pieces, and a deep voice came out. I said it before, I killed your Heavenly Law City, the Heavenly Law Divine Lord, and the Crown Prince. You guys just died a little earlier than them. Rumble. Devour. Rumble. Everyone on the sky warship was turned into dust. The city was crushed into powder by the wrath of the dragon god. Ding. 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 Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Xiao Zhan and obtaining the system reward. Do you wish to cultivate the reward technique 1000 Army Break? Cultivate. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Chunyu and obtaining the system reward. Do you wish to cultivate the reward technique God Binding Finger? Cultivate. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level. 3rd stage Divine Master. The wrath of the dragon god spread in all directions. It shocked the entire divine realm. The 2nd chapter arrived. There were still 2 chapters today, updated in the afternoon. Chapter 1672. He's here, he's here. He's really here. Fantasy Palace. The fantasy dominator looked into the distance with joy and excitement. She muttered, Little Tian Tian, you're finally here. The dragon god was furious. It shocked everyone. Even the experts hundreds of millions of kilometers away saw the majestic appearance of the black dragon god. which shocked the entire divine realm. The fantasy palace naturally saw it as well. Fantasy Fairy was extremely excited. A maid behind her was puzzled. She had never seen the Dominator so excited. One had to know that the Dominator's every word and action were extremely calm. When one cultivated to the Dominator realm, there would not be a trace of emotion on their faces. However, she was excited like a young girl in love. After hesitating for a moment, the maid couldn't help but ask, "My lord, who is he?" Fantasy Fairy pursed her lips and smiled like a flower. Luo Tian's appearance appeared in her mind. She said indifferently, "He's the most handsome man in the world." Ah. The maid couldn't react. She repeated in her heart, "He's the most handsome man in the world." "My lord, this." At this moment, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. She couldn't understand why the Lord Ruler would say something like that. This didn't make sense. How could this be? This was too twisted. After pausing for a moment, the maid asked again, "My lord, do you want to send more people to look for him?" Fantasy Fairy shook her head and muttered, "No need. He will come to the Fantasy Palace. He will definitely come to the Fantasy Palace to marry me." She was looking forward to it in her mind. Luo Tian rode a white horse from the east and stood in front of her fantasy palace. She waited quietly. The two of them looked at each other. That feeling, she was looking forward to it. When she said that, the maid's mouth formed an O shape. This time, she was even more unable to react. In a certain corner of the divine realm, Destiny Palace, Xian was bound tightly by 18 chains. Every single chain was constantly transmitting origin energy to her. Ever since she had arrived at the deity realm, she had been in a state of slumber. At the same time, the chief sovereign of fate had been constantly draining away her extremely dense origin energy. The moment she heard the roar of the dark dragon god, her two eyes faintly opened. Her face was incomparably haggard, and the corners of her mouth revealed a trace of a smile. "Have you come?" In another place, and Chun Chun looked up at the sky and murmured, "Brother Luo Tian, are you here?" Star Palace. Li Shuera looked at the sky in a daze. She didn't know why, but after hearing the heavy roars of the dragon god in the sky, her mind became chaotic and she could no longer cultivate. There was a force in her heart that was constantly attacking her mind. Whenever she heard the dragon's roar, her heart would always ache. She didn't know why. This pain made her feel very uncomfortable, and she kept thinking in her mind, "Who am I missing? Who is he? Who is that voice?" She didn't know. The more she thought, the more her head hurt, as if it was about to split open. But the more it hurt, the more she wanted to know what had happened in the past. Why didn't she have any memories of the past? Even she didn't know her name. Who is he? After arriving at the deity realm, many, many things had happened. So many that it was unimaginable. Li Shuera's soul poison had been dispelled, but her mind was filled with worry, and she couldn't concentrate on absorbing the power of the stars. The chief sovereign of Star used a strand of divine power to seal everything she had in the past. Without any memories, she could only be reduced to a tool for him to absorb the power of the stars. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, in a demon city. Arrogant laughter rang out for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. "He's here. He's here. Ha ha ha, good lad, I really didn't misjudge you. You really came." An old man, wearing a blood-colored robe. He was like an old urchin, excitedly jumping up and down, laughing heartily. He was the ancestor of Mount Hua. The moment he felt the wrath of the dragon god, he immediately became excited. After escaping from the heaven-suppressing pagoda, he had been waiting for Luo Tian's arrival. He had waited for hundreds of years for this moment. Now he was finally here. The ancestor of Mount Hua also became excited. "Brat, turn this divine realm upside down. Break all the laws, crush all the rules, and let the entire divine realm tremble for you. Ha ha ha. Some people were happy, while others were angry. Tiandao City, tens of thousands of miles underground. In a dense sea of heavenly energy, the crown prince slowly emerged from the depths, his eyes sinister. Luo Tian, you're finally here! I've been waiting for you for a long time. Then, the corner of the crown prince's mouth drew back as he laughed sinisterly. With a move of his voice, it spread to the heavenly general hall of the heavenly Dao City. Pass down my order. Give me an endless chase. I want Luo Tian alive. I want him to personally taste my methods. If I wasn't in seclusion, I would have personally taken your life. However, so what if you received the inheritance of the dark, overbearing ruler? The dark god force can't be used on you at all. You're still a trash, ha ha ha. As soon as his voice faded, Tiandao City was in an uproar. Over 100 heavenly ships started to move. They directly charged in the direction of Shengtian City, back to Luo Tian. After killing Qin Yan and crushing those imperial army guards into dust, his incarnation's time had also ended. Bang! He fell heavily onto the heavenly ship, his face as pale as paper. And Ai Shang looked at the sky and then looked at Luo Tian, who was lying on the ground. She frowned. Oh my god, he is really that Luo Tian. That dark dragon god just now. Did he really withstand 999 bolts of lightning? She was stunned. It was the same for Lu Yuanzong. He looked at the dark dragon god in the sky. He looked at him crushing the heavenly battleship and the imperial army guards. His heart was completely empty. His brain was also empty. His eyes were in a daze. After a long while, he said, Lin Zhan was right. He is really that Luo Tian. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do now? In an instant, he panicked. What should he do next? And Ai Shang immediately shouted, What should we do? Of course, run for our lives. Quickly enter the blazing mountain range. Not long later, the heavenly ship battle team from Tiandao City will chase after us. Also, and Ai Shang's face darkened. She said, Lu Yuanzong, his identity. She directly called his name. Lu Yuanzong immediately said, I know. I will definitely not reveal a single word to anyone. But, sir, to the Union headquarters. Without waiting for him to finish, and Ai Shang shouted, You can't say a single word. His identity is top secret. Once it is revealed, it will immediately attract endless killing intent. The third chapter was delivered. There was another chapter today. Chapter 1673. 3 days later, in the sky deep in the flame mountain range, Lu Yuanzong said anxiously, Lord, the sky ship has run out of fuel. I'm afraid we have to land. The sky ship needed fuel too, just like the planes in his previous life. And Ai Shang looked in the direction of Tiandao City and muttered in her heart, It's been 3 days. He shouldn't be chasing us anymore. Then Ai Shang said, Find a place to stop. We can only walk. As long as we cross the Flame Mountain Range, we can escape from the territory controlled by Tiandao City. By then, no matter how powerful the Crown Prince is, he won't be able to cross the border. This was the only way. The sky ship had run out of fuel. There was no place to resupply in the Flame Mountain Range. They could only walk. But the road ahead was very dangerous. Demonic beasts ran rampant in the depths of the Flame Mountain Range, and there were many dangerous places. There were fire eruptions everywhere. If they were not careful, they would be engulfed by the flames. But there was no other way. And Ai Shang looked at Luo Tian. It's been 3 days, still unconscious. It wasn't just Luo Tian. Lin Yu was the same. She had been unconscious for a long time. However, unlike Luo Tian, her face had become rosy. Furthermore, and Ai Shang could clearly sense that her cultivation had changed over the past 3 days. It seemed like she was about to break through. In just 3 days, she had broken through 3 times and directly reached the God Master realm. And Ai Shang didn't know much about the blood race. She had never seen such a cultivation method, but she had a feeling that Lin Yu's breakthrough had something to do with Luo Tian. After all, he was the inheritor of the dark, overbearing ruler. One must know that the dark, overbearing ruler used to be above the god realm. He was an unparalleled overlord. He had been the #1 powerhouse of the divine realm, but when he had broken through his shackles, he had perished. For tens of millions of years, no one had known that he had actually transformed into a dark divine tribulation lightning. He had remained dormant until all heaven had appeared. One lightning tribulation was an inheritance. 999 lightning tribulations were all the inheritance of the dark, overbearing ruler, including his overbearing will. But Luo Tian didn't know this. Suddenly the clouds were blown away. 6 battleships rushed over. The flag of the sky ship had the word heaven written on it. And Aishang's expression changed abruptly as she cursed in her heart. Damn it! He glanced at Luo Tian and said firmly, "Don't worry, I won't hand you over." Shortly after, Anai Shang seized control of the celestial worship and ordered, "You go and take care of the 2 of them. Leave the celestial worship to me." Sharp and domineering, it was as if he had become a completely different person. Lu Yuanzong didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He nodded stiffly and replied, "Oh, a blood-curdling scream. Lu Yuanzong's entire body slid down, and Aishang shouted, "Hold on tight. I'm going to show off my godly skills." All of a sudden, the celestial worship's engine died, and the bow of the ship started to fall. In less than half a second, it was falling straight down. The wind howled, and everything on the celestial worship fell down. Lu Yuanzong was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He grabbed onto Luo Tian and Lin Yu tightly as he prayed in his heart, "Amitabha, Amitabha." How could the celestial worship be driven like that? The body of the ship was too heavy, and as long as it hit a mountain, it would be destroyed. When that happened, they would definitely be blown away. It was too dangerous. In the distance, a Tiandao City general stood at the bow of the ship. His lips curled up as he laughed coldly. 3 days, a full 3 days. Finally, we have caught up. Send my orders to speed up. Number 4, number 5. 2 warships will surround them from the left and right. Number 6 will be in charge of standby. Number 2 and 3 will chase with me. Understood. The 5 warships immediately chased after them. General, their celestial worship is falling. Based on my calculations, they should have run out of fuel. If they continue to fall at such a speed, they will perish along with the celestial worship. A deputy general said, "If they are alive, I want to see them. If they are dead, I want to see their corpses. This is the city lord's order. Moreover, from what I see, they don't look like they are about to crash. Look at the flames at the back of their celestial worship. They are totally extinguished. It seems like there is a lunatic on their ship. Hee. But even if you have godly skills, you won't be able to escape death today." Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 5 warships chased after them at lightning speed. And Aishang controlled the celestial worship. Her hair was messed up and the hot flames blew on her face. It was abnormally painful, but she was extremely calm. She tried to control the bow of the ship with both hands. "They are catching up. They are catching up. Left, right, both. We. I am going to hit the mountain." Lu Yuanzong shouted loudly. His heart was dead silent. In such a situation, even if they were not surrounded, they would still hit the mountain. "It's over." Lu Yuanzong's heart skipped a beat, and Aishang smiled excitedly. She did not reduce her speed and continued to hit the mountain crazily. Looking at the 2 warships chasing after her, she said, "I am just waiting for you guys." She frantically calculated in her mind. The distance was also calculated crazily. At this moment, Anai Shang's brain was like a supercomputer. Suddenly, And Aishang started the celestial worship and lifted it up with all her might. She laughed out loud. "Oh, the two of you can go and die." As soon as she finished speaking, the celestial worship suddenly lifted its head and flew up in a straight line, flying out from the middle of the two celestial worships. At this moment, the two warships of Tiandao City could not change their direction in time. They screamed in pain. Then rumble. The two warships collided and exploded. The celestial worship broke into pieces and fell down. The celestial worship that Aishang controlled happened to fly a few meters above the peak of the mountain and almost collided with it. Aishang broke out in cold sweat. Lu Yuanzong was so scared that his face turned pale. However, because his face was still black, and no matter how pale he was, it could not be seen. Lunatic. It was too crazy. Number 4 and 5 warships were destroyed. The general frowned and was furious. So what if it is a mere trick? Why don't you take a look at your current position? How dare such a small warship be so arrogant in front of my blue dragon warship? Just as Aishang dodged the attacks from the left and right, a large black shadow floated over her head. Aishang looked up slightly and her expression darkened. "Oh no! Hold on tight." As soon as he said that, Aishang wanted to speed up and rush forward, but at this moment the celestial worship suddenly stopped and fell down heavily. Lu Yuanzong's eyes were about to pop out. "Oh my God, it's still coming." Aishang's expression became even more anxious. "I didn't want to come this time. The fuel is really used up. Now, I can only pray that I don't die too badly." The eyes of the general on the heavenly Dao fleet turned sinister as he sneered, "Again! Do you think I am a fool?" Also at this moment, the celestial worship that Aishang controlled slid down the slope and rushed down as though it was skiing. The deputy general said, "General, it seems that they have really fallen." "I know." The general was furious. "Find a place to stop. Kid, you can't escape from my palm." The 4th chapter has been delivered. Thank you, Su Tao, for giving me 1,888 yuan again. I took a look at the fan list and realized that I am number 6. Old Cow, thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 1674. If the sky ship still had fuel, Aishang was confident that she could escape. But now, she controlled the sky ships tightly and tried her best to prevent the ship from crashing into the mountain under the intense acceleration. A few minutes later, the sky ship's speed slowed down significantly. At the same time, they were about to reach the bottom and crash into the mountain. Aishang frowned and immediately let go of the wheel. She ran to Lu Yuanzong's side and said, "You carry Luo Tian, and I will carry her. I will count to 3 and jump. Remember, don't forget to jump into the lake on the right." Lu Yuanzong didn't understand and asked, "Why don't you jump into the water? It is safer there." 1, 2, 3, jump. Aishang didn't even have the chance to explain. She carried Lin Yu, and rushed out. Lu Yuanzong could only bite the bullet and follow. He was still wondering why they didn't jump into the lake. At least it would be safer there. Bang! Rumble! Just as they jumped off the sky ship, the lake on the right suddenly emitted a roaring sound. Flames soared into the sky, and an incomparably huge snake head rushed out. The snake's tongue was like lightning as it suddenly curled up. Before the sky ship hit the mountain, it was rolled up into its mouth and swallowed with a gulp. Then, its entire body returned to the lake. Lu Yuanzong was so scared that he almost shit his pants. If they had jumped 1 second later, if they had jumped into the lake, they would have been eaten by now. It was too dangerous. Walala, walala, the 4 of them rolled on the ground and were injured. Aishang tried her best to protect Lin Yu. There were bloody wounds on her back, but she didn't let Lin Yu get hurt at all. Lu Yuanzong was the same. He tried his best to protect Luo Tian. His forehead was injured, and a layer of skin was scraped off from his back. However, Luo Tian was perfectly fine and didn't have any injuries on his body. Hoo. After sliding for 100 meters, they finally stopped. Lu Yuanzong gasped in pain. When he saw Anai looking at him, he immediately said, "My lady, I am fine. Luo Tian is fine too. This is a healing elixir. Take it." Anai was slightly relieved. She looked at the calm Luo Tian and said anxiously, "Why isn't he awake yet?" "Thank you, sir." Lu Yuanzong consumed the elixir and asked curiously, "Sir, how did you know that the lake on the right cannot be jumped? If it were me, I would definitely choose the lake." Anai observed the surroundings and said, "There isn't a drop of water in the blazing mountain range, so why is there a lake there? Isn't it strange? Since it's strange, there must be something strange about it. Naturally, we can't jump into the lake." Lu Yuanzong secretly clicked his tongue and was filled with admiration for Anai. "Milady is truly amazing. What should we do now?" Anai looked at the sky. The sky ship of Tiandao City had already disappeared. They must be looking for a place to land. We have to make use of this time to find a place to hide. Also, if we want to leave the blazing mountain range, we must have a sky ship. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave. Search. Search carefully. Don't miss any corner. The Crown Prince said that if he is alive, we must see him. If he is dead, we must see his corpse. In short, we must not let that brat go. After the 3 sky ships landed, the leading general immediately gave the order. Number 1. Number 2 sky ship, follow me to search. Number 3 sky ship, guard here. Don't let anyone enter the sky ship. Yes, sir. The carpet search began. Luo Tian was still unconscious. Anai searched for a long time, but still couldn't find a good place to hide. Moreover, no matter how well they hid, if they didn't break out of the encirclement, they would still be discovered. Anai pondered for a while and couldn't help but look at the lake where a giant snake rushed out. She frowned and said, "Let's take a gamble. Let's go to the lake." Lu Yuanzong was shocked. Thinking of the scene just now, he still had a lingering fear and said, "Milady, there are monsters in the lake. If we hide there, wouldn't we be walking into a trap? We won't even have to wait for the people of Tiandao City to catch us. We will be eaten." Anai thought for a while and looked at the mud on the ground that had a fishy smell. She immediately smiled and said, "Not necessarily." Immediately, they covered their bodies with mud. All 4 of them were the same. They hid the smell on their bodies. The 4 of them carefully approached the lake. 10 minutes later, before they even got close to the lake, the Tiandao City search team discovered them. Immediately, a signal arrow exploded in the sky. "General, I found them. General, I found them." In less than half a minute, a full 400 Tiandao City guards surrounded Anai and the others. Lu Yuanzong anxiously asked, "Milady, what should we do now?" Anai looked at the lake behind her and said, "No matter what, we have to protect the 2 of them." At this moment, Anai asked Lu Yuanzong to support Lin Yu. She walked up and took off the gold badge on her chest. Her expression was cold as she said, "Do you know the consequences of chasing after the ship of the Blacksmith Guild?" "Do you know what grade of blacksmith I am? A gold badge blacksmith. Do you know the consequences of chasing after me?" The general was called Long Yuan. Seeing the gold badge in Anai hand, his face sunk. Even Tiandao City didn't have such a high-grade blacksmith. Such a blacksmith had a high status, and offending him would mean offending the entire blacksmith guild. But the Crown Prince's orders were everything. Long Yuan said, "Milady, we want Luo Tian. As long as you hand over Luo Tian, we won't make things difficult for you, and we'll even give you a sky ship to leave. But if you don't agree, the blazing mountain range is extremely dangerous and people will die every day. Milady, you might be swallowed by a beast while collecting ores. This is a very normal thing. Milady, am I right?" Anai face sunk. She didn't expect the gold badge to not scare Long Yuan. She thought to herself, If I knew, I would have brought the purple badge out. And Ai Shang's gaze was cold as she said, Luo Tian has already passed the Blacksmith Guild's test and won against Lu Yuanzong. He is now a high-grade blacksmith. If you chase after a high-grade blacksmith and kill him today, the Blacksmith Guild will teach Tiandao City a lesson in the future. You should know the power of the Blacksmith Guild. Long Yuan frowned and then smiled faintly. Since that is the case, then all of you will die here. I believe no one will know. Attack! He didn't fall for Ai Shang's trick at all. If the Crown Prince wanted to kill someone, he definitely couldn't let them go. The moment he said that, more than 400 armored imperial bodyguards surrounded him in unison. Each of them was a god master, not to mention 400 people. Even a god master guard wouldn't be able to stop them. Suddenly, the lake behind Ai Shang and the others started to churn before they could react. A huge snake had charged out with 2 thin horns on its head. It was a super beast that was about to transform into a flood dragon. It was extremely ferocious. Chapter 16, 75. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The snake's tongue shot out like lightning. One roll. 4 to 5 armored guards were swept into the air. The huge snake opened its mouth and swallowed them. Swish, 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 swish. In less than a blink of an eye, more than 100 of the 400 armored guards were injured, and the serpent that was about to transform into a dragon was still attacking them. The armored guards were so scared that they ran away like crazy. Long Yuan, who had been standing still, frowned. He saw that Ai Shang and the rest were fine even though they were so close, but his men were being eaten. Smell! Long Yuan reacted quickly and immediately realized that this super beast was using smell to sense people's location. He immediately shouted, "Use the mud in the potholes to cover your entire body. This way, the huge snake won't be able to sense your location." Everyone immediately did as they were told. At this moment, that giant snake suddenly stretched out its body and rushed directly into the air. It was at least 100 meters high. It looked down from above and roared fiercely at the sky. The sound was earth-shattering. It was announcing that this was its territory and no one was allowed to come close. Just as it charged out of the water, Ai Shang was shocked. She looked at the red flame at the snake's heart and immediately became excited. Essence fire, the essence fire of the blazing mountain range. No wonder the snake could cultivate to such an extent. It is actually about to transform into a flood dragon. It must be because of the essence fire. The refinement fire can indeed find the essence fire. Ai Shang looked at the unconscious Luo Tian and couldn't help but frown. But we're no match for this super beast. Plus, the guards of Tiandao City are surrounding us again. What should we do? What should we do? It would be great if we could let these people deal with this huge snake. Immediately after, Ai Shang thought of an even crazier idea. Seeing Long Yuan and the rest closing in, she said to Lu Yuanzong, "Later, bring the 2 of them and jump into the lake." "Ah, sir, are you joking?" Lu Yuanzong didn't even dare to look when the huge snake charged out. His eyes were tightly shut and his legs were weak. Now that he was asked to jump in, what was the difference between this and asking for his life? Ai Shang said, "If I ask you to jump, jump. Don't talk nonsense," she said in a commanding tone. Lu Yuanzong nodded bitterly. He leaned a little closer to the edge of the lake. Looking at the surging waves on the surface of the lake, he was extremely nervous. Long Yuan frowned and said, "You won't survive even if you jump in." Ai Shang smiled and said, "Even if he doesn't, I won't let you guys catch him." Suddenly, Long Yuan's figure moved, attacking out like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Ai Shang shouted, "Jump!" Long Yuan was a member of Tiandao City's Tianjiang Hall, and his strength had probably surpassed the spirit wheel realm. Such an expert could easily crush them to death. If they were even half a second late, they wouldn't be able to escape. It was also because of Ai Shang's prompt decision. Long Yuan had just finished one step, but Long Yuan released his divine essence aura when he moved just now. Walala! The gigantic snake monster opened its eyes and locked onto Long Yuan. It swallowed its saliva and spat out a stream of flames. He could sense auras. His senses towards the aura of divine essence became even more acute. Furthermore, just now, the snake monster's roar was a warning to the surrounding demonic beasts to stay away. The demonic beasts also had divine essence aura in their bodies. Sensing the divine essence aura, the snake monster was naturally enraged. Rumble, 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 the fire snake swept across. Long Yuan rolled on the ground in a sorry state and jumped to a safe place. He was furious and shouted, "Bastard! Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Divine might of the heavenly Tao! Ha!" Rumble, Long Yuan's body burst forth with the aura of the heavenly Tao, and the energy patterns on his body were visible to the naked eye. He said in a deep voice, "Kill this bastard first, then deal with them." Ha! Many armored guards shouted in unison. Everyone began to attack the gigantic snake. Long Yuan pulled out a golden sword, moved in the air, and directly flew out. The snake monster also became even more irritable. And Aishang smiled. This was the result she wanted. No matter who won, she would benefit. Gulilu, Gulilu, ah! Lin Yu was woken up by the lake water. She suddenly popped out of the lake and panted heavily. She turned to look at Aishang and did not see Luo Tian. She immediately asked, "Where's Luo Tian?" Huh. And Aishang turned around and did not see Lu Yuanzong. Her face darkened. Could it be that he doesn't know how to swim? Immediately after, he turned over and directly dived to the bottom. Lu Yuanzong's mouth was wide open as he looked at the sky and struggled. The more he struggled, the deeper his body sank. And Aishang pulled him up and immediately asked, "What about him?" Lin Yu was also extremely worried and asked, "Where's Luo Tian?" When Lu Yuanzong jumped into the water, he choked on the water and could not take care of himself. The water was also a blur. He only felt that Luo Tian was pulled away by a very powerful force, and then he had already entered a state of unconsciousness. If Aishang did not come to save him, he would be about to die. Lu Yuanzong shook his head and blamed himself. I don't know." And Aishang turned around and dived into the water. Lin Yu took in a deep breath and also turned around and dived in. On the other side of the lake, Luo Tian laid on the surface of the lake and touched Little White Wolf's head. "This is the token of the Earth Bear race. I need their help now. Go find them and bring them here." Little White Wolf nodded and licked Luo Tian's forehead. He then picked up the token and ran into the forest. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Luo Tian coughed heavily. His body was still extremely weak. If not for the weird-smelling lake water waking him up, he wouldn't have woken up for a while. He thought to himself, "The wrath of the dragon god is too harmful to the body. My body might not be able to take it. Next time, I can't use it so easily. Moreover, I can't control the strength of the dragon god ancestor. Luckily, it didn't hurt the people around me." At that moment, Luo Tian looked at the battle not far away and frowned. "Tiandao City, Crown Prince, you really won't let me off so easily. You actually sent so many people to kill me. Then just you wait. I'll let you have a taste of being trampled by a demon army." Luo Tian was filled with hatred in his heart. Thinking about the scene of blood flowing like a river in Xingtian City, the killing intent in his heart grew even stronger. "Crown Prince, Tiandao Divine Lord, I will definitely not let you guys off." Luo Tian's heart was bleeding. He then raised his head and looked at the huge snake monster. Looking at the flame at its heart, the system flashed with a red light. Mission notification. Flame essence has been discovered. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with shock. Flame essence? Ace's strongest, profound flame emperor. Chapter 16, 76. Without a doubt, the snake's stomach contained the essence flame that Luo Tian was looking for. It was the mission item. No matter who it ended up in, as long as Luo Tian found it, he would complete the mission and obtain the Flame Emperor's reward. He would also be able to activate the second fruit on the evil demon tree. So he had to kill this snake. However, Luo Tian saw that the current situation was really bad for them. No matter who won, they couldn't be the fishermen. It would be great if I could break through. Luo Tian was stunned. He was already a 3rd-level god tier master. If he wanted to break through again, he would need more than 1,000,000 experience points. The only way to break through was if he had to kill a few hundred iron guards. He is there! Lu Yuanzong suddenly pointed at Luo Tian and shouted. Lin Yu, and Ai Shang, who just came out from the water, relaxed. You scared me to death. Luo Tian carefully swam over. Ai Shang pointed at the ball of flame on the snake's body. Luo Tian nodded. I have already seen it. It is the essence flame that you are looking for. Ai Shang was a little emotional. Can you help me get it? Luo Tian looked up at the gigantic beast, gritted his teeth, and said, Let's do our best. Now is not the time to get fire essence. We should think of a way to survive, or buy as much time as possible. He had to wait for Little White Wolf to return. If he could find the Earth Bear, then everything would be easy. Ai Shang also knew that things were tough. It was hard for them to even survive. If not for the snake and Long Yuan fighting, they would have died. Lin Yu, Er's eyes slowly became bloodshot as she stared at Long Yuan and the iron-armored guards of Tiandao City. Xingtian City was destroyed. Xingtian Manor was gone. Her father and her clansmen were all dead. Her heart was filled with hatred. She was filled with hatred. Suddenly, Lin Yu suddenly moved. Luo Tian pulled her back and said in a low voice, Don't do anything stupid. Lin Yu said with hatred, I want to take revenge for my father. I want to take revenge for the people of Xingtian Manor. I want revenge too. But not now. Don't worry. I will definitely turn Tiandao City upside down, I swear. Luo Tian said solemnly. He understood Lin Yu. But they simply did not have the strength to charge out. Once they rushed out, the armored guards of the Dragon Abyss would definitely deal with them first. Lin Yu held back her tears. My home is gone, my father is gone, and I'm the only one left in the vampire race. There's no point in living. I'm going to fight it out with them. Boom! Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the earth shook and the mountains shook. As if there was an earthquake, the water in the lake began to surge, rolling up huge waves and crashing crazily. He's here. Luo Tian was delighted. He didn't expect Little White to be so fast. In less than half an hour, Little White had brought the Earth Bear tribe here. Shortly after, Luo Tian bellowed, If that's the case, then I'll accompany you in battle. Ai Shang, you and old Luth think of a way to get a skyship. We definitely can't stay in the blazing mountain range for long. Once we deal with these Tiandao City guards, we will immediately escape. Luo Tian ordered. This was only the vanguard of Tiandao City. There were definitely more pursuers behind. With the Crown Prince's personality, he wouldn't give up until he reached his goal. He definitely wouldn't let him off so easily. Ai Shang was stunned. She looked at Long Yuan and the others, then at the giant snake monster above her head. You guys are just sending yourselves to your deaths. Why don't we sneak attack their guards while they are busy fighting? As long as I board the ship, I will definitely be able to shake them off. She had enough confidence. Rumble. Rumble! The sound got louder and louder, and the ground shook even more violently. Ai Shang opened her eyes and stared at Luo Tian. Don't tell me you are referring to them? Why do I have a feeling of fear? Lu Yuanzong looked into the distance, and his face instantly turned pale white. However, his face was still black and pale, and he pointed into the distance. Beast tide, oh my god, they are all high-level beasts. Luo Tian also looked over and frowned. Ha! It's not the bear of the earth. There were all sorts of demon beasts. In the sky, on the ground, there were all of them. Moreover, they were all panicking and frantically fleeing, as if an even stronger demon beast was going to eat them. These were all high-level demon beasts. Even if they were afraid, they wouldn't be so scared. Moreover, this area of thousands of kilometers was the territory of this strange snake, and these beasts completely ignored it. In the past, they didn't even dare to come close, but now they completely ignored the crazy snake monster. It was obvious that there was a super demon beast behind them that was even more ferocious than the snake monster. It wasn't the bear of the earth. Luo Tian started to worry. These beasts were uncontrollable. However, just as Luo Tian was thinking of a solution, a huge rock in the sky cried out in pain. On the head of the rock stood a little white wolf, looking majestic like a king descending. Luo Tian was excited. Little white wolf. And Aishan also saw it, and her face turned white from fright. Wolf, wolf, wolf. The demon beast that she was most afraid of in her life was wolves. Even a cute puppy like Wolf would feel fear in its heart. All right, didn't you want to kill me? I'll accompany you. Luo Tian jumped out from the lake and laughed maniacally. Crown Prince, wait for me to flip over your Tiandao city. Kill. He instantly rushed out. Lin Yu, released the blood mist, and all of her strength was superimposed on Luo Tian's body. The two of them exchanged blood essence, and their hearts were connected. Luo Tian's strength increased, and with a move of his body, his arms turned into flames. Fire! Dharma! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A Dharma rushed out from the flames and burned the bodies of the armored guards for a few seconds. The damage was not high, but that was enough, following which, Luo Tian released another wave of attacks, and all of the armored guards were basically burned by him, and he himself almost lost his life. After doing all this, Luo Tian pulled Lin Yu's hand and ran back, saying, "Let's go!" Long Yuan laughed coldly in disdain. I thought you were powerful, but this is just a child's play. You think you're worthy of fighting with our crown prince? Not to mention the crown prince. Even I can pinch you to death with a finger. You really overestimate yourself and want to flip over Tiandao City. Laughable, laughable to the extreme. Towards these mocking voices, Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, I'll show you soon. After Luo Tian finished all of this, Little White Wolf completely cooperated, revealing two cute little wolf fangs and roaring fiercely. Those demon beasts rushed towards the armored guards crazily, instantly killing them. At this time, ding, 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 the system beep crazily sounded out, and his experience points also crazily increased. Luo Tian looked at his experience points, stared at Long Yuan, and said coldly, Wait for me to level up. I'll immediately take your life. Chapter 16, 77. The horde of beasts was crushed. The armored guards were sent flying into the sky one by one. They were either dead or crippled. They no longer had the slightest bit of fighting strength. The dragon abyss was powerless in the face of such a powerful beast tide. His body kept shaking. His eyes locked onto Luo Tian. No matter what, even if he couldn't capture him alive, he had to kill Luo Tian. This was the Crown Prince's order. However, it was too difficult. The great golden rock in the sky was staring at him at all times. He had no chance to make a move. Ding, ding, ding. Luo Tian's mind was still ringing with notifications. His experience points was still rising. The giant snake monster in the lake was also at a loss. It was afraid, even afraid, of the great golden rock above its head, because it was releasing a powerful aura that it had never felt before. And this aura did not come from the golden rock, but from Little White Wolf. So, facing the beast horde, the giant snake monster did not move at all. Bam! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The armored guards were still dying. Seeing the guards fall one by one, Long Yuan frowned and roared, Luo Tian, let's wait and see. I can't let you stay in the water forever. He was incomparably furious. At this time, so what if he was at the peak of the divine will realm? He couldn't do anything. If he continued to stay, he might even be injured. He shouted in a deep voice, "Retreat!" Upon receiving the order, the armored guards frantically fled for their lives, pissing their pants in fear. Little White Wolf whimpered twice, and these demon beasts chased after it even more crazily, as if they had seen a ghost. Ding! 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 Congratulations to player Luo Tian for breaking through. Currently at the 4th level of Divine Master, he broke through. At this moment, Luo Tian's attributes were all recovered, the pain disappeared, and his stamina recovered. Looking in the direction where Long Yuan disappeared, he frowned. I wonder how Enai Shang and the others are doing? Shortly after, Luo Tian did not stop there. Thinking that Long Yuan might have returned to the heavenly ship, he immediately led Lin Yu into the forest. As for the giant snake monster behind them, Enai Shang was more important now. The essence fire was very important. No matter how important Ace's Emperor Yenmu was, it wasn't as important as Enai Shang's life. It was Enai Shang who helped him escape. Otherwise, he would have been captured by the people of Tiandao City. Little White Wolf, Luo Tian shouted. The Golden Rock cried out in response. Luo Tian did not have to worry about him. He said to Lin Yu, I'm worried that Enai Shang is in danger. Lin Yu also regained her senses and said, Let's go find Sister Enai Shang first. They left. However, the Golden Rock did not leave. Instead, it was confronting the giant snake monster. Little White Wolf walked up and stared at the giant snake monster with its 2 small eyes. A low growl came from its throat. At this moment, the giant snake monster's 2 huge eyes widened angrily. It suddenly roared, and its snake tongue flashed like lightning. It was showing off its power to Little White Wolf. It was protesting and also showing off its powerful strength. Without waiting for Little White Wolf to get angry, the Golden Rock cried out first. Wah! Its entire body was shining with golden light. The cry was like a flame wave that covered the sky. It was as if it was saying, I'm already being stepped on by him. Why are you still so arrogant? Do whatever you say. Otherwise, I'll take your life. Very obviously, the Golden Rock's realm was slightly higher than the giant snake monster, or else the beast tide would not be so afraid. However, the giant snake monster was still unwilling. Little White Wolf wanted its essence fire. It had spent a lot of effort to get it from the depths of the Flame Mountain Range. Moreover, it needed this essence fire to cultivate into a flood dragon. How could it hand it over so easily? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Huge waves rolled up in the lake. A huge snake tail rushed into the sky and struck down like a thick black lightning bolt. It attacked. At the same time, the giant snake monster's fangs spat out a poisonous mist, directly enveloping the surroundings. It once again let out a roar, and its snake tongue crazily swept out. The Golden Rock also went crazy. With a flap of its wings, it directly created a hurricane that blew away the poisonous mist. Its body moved to the side like a flash of golden light, instantly dodging the giant snake monster's attack. Its body quickly shuttled through the clouds and finally swooped down. Wah! Another angry roar sounded. Ring after ring of flames descended and exploded around the giant basilisk. The giant basilisk screamed in pain, and Little White Wolf made a crazy move. The moment the giant snake monster opened its mouth, he directly rushed into the snake's mouth. With a claw, his body turned into a white shadow and directly rushed into the giant snake monster's body. Hiss! The giant snake monster also went all out and swallowed fiercely into its throat. Following that, using the power of the essence fire in his body, he spat out flames. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The flames wreaked havoc. and the giant snake monster became complacent. He knew that Xiao Budian's normal little white wolf would have definitely turned into powder. Even if it didn't, it would still be spat out. The golden roc dodged again and again. A few golden feathers on its body fell off, and its injuries were not light. Just as the giant snake monster was feeling proud, its body suddenly sank. A sharp pain came from its heart. Roar! It raised its head and roared. Its 2 eyeballs were about to pop out as it heavily charged into the bottom of the lake. Then it flew out explosively. Its body was constantly flipping and twisting, and it was in so much pain that it cried out continuously. The ball of essence fire in its heart was burning. It started to burn for no reason. Its internal organs were quickly burned to ashes, and it was in incomparable pain. With a swing of its huge tail, a mountain peak that was thousands of meters tall collapsed. Woo woo! Roar! It roared crazily, but it was completely useless. The heart began to turn black, and flames burned out. The giant snake monster was still struggling, but its strength was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, its eyes rolled back, and its body fell heavily, smashing a row of towering trees into the ground. Little White Wolf poked its head out from the giant snake monster's body, playing with a fist-sized flame in its hand. The corner of its eyes coldly glanced at the giant snake monster, as if to say, "You're overestimating yourself." At this moment, Golden Pung was frightened. When he saw Little White Wolf come out of the giant snake's body, he immediately dove down obediently. He lay on the ground and waited for Little White Wolf to walk on his body. He did not dare to show any disrespect. Too powerful. Little White Wolf whimpered a few times. The golden roc cried out and quickly turned into a streak of golden light to chase after him. At this moment, Luo Tian heard the rumbling sounds in the distance and started to worry in his heart. Nothing will happen to Little White Wolf, right? I think it's better if you don't worry about others. Long Yuan jumped down from a sky warship, sneered, and said, "I knew you guys would come to steal the sky warship." As soon as he finished, he kicked Lu Yuanzong down. Lu Yuanzong said with his last breath, "Lord Anaishang is still in his hands." Chapter 1678. Long Yuan couldn't deal with the horde of beasts. However, he could easily escape. He wasn't restrained by the horde of beasts, nor did he protect those armored guards who were scared out of their wits. Instead, he ran to the place where the heavenly warship was docked. He had predicted that Luo Tian would come to steal the heavenly warship. One had to know. Without the heavenly warship, one wouldn't be able to walk out of the blazing mountain range. If one walked on foot, even a spirit expert wouldn't be able to walk out. The temperature was too high. No matter how strong one was, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Standing on a heavenly warship, Long Yuan held Anaishang in his hand, smiled coldly, and said, "I knew that you bastards would come to steal the heavenly warship. I have been waiting here for you. Surround them." As soon as he finished speaking, those armored guards who were hiding all charged out and instantly surrounded Luo Tian and Lu Yuanzong. Blood dripped from the corner of Anaishang's mouth. She struggled to say, "Quick, quick, leave quickly. Don't bother about me." "Ha ha ha, leave? Do you think they will die after leaving?" Long Yuan laughed proudly. "In front of me, Long Yuan, you lowly ants can only die. I won't let you escape. Brat, do you want me to make a move, or do you want to surrender? The Crown Prince has instructed me to kill you if you don't want to be captured alive. Now you still have a choice." Long Yuan looked at Luo Tian playfully. Luo Tian was already a fish on the chopping board. He could do whatever he wanted. And Aishang's face was pale. She shook her head. Lu Yuanzong also struggled to say, "Go, go." Lin Yue looked at Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian released dark Do Qi from his body. It was as if 8 dragons were coiling around his body. It was ferocious. Following his anger, these dark Do Qi became more and more intense. His 2 eyes stared at the dragon abyss on the sky warship. Long Yuan was inwardly shocked to see Luo Tian's darkness type fighting aura. I never would have guessed that you really are the legendary Luo Tian, the successor of the tyrannical Dark Lord. But what a pity. You shouldn't have revealed your true power so early. Of course, your biggest mistake was to offend the Crown Prince in a lower plane. I heard you even killed his clone. Brat, even in the entire God's domain, there aren't many people capable of fighting the Crown Prince. Not to mention, you're just someone who crawled up from a low-level material plane. Moreover, you don't even have any origin power to cultivate. How are you going to fight the Crown Prince? Just because you're the successor of the Dark Dominator? You're nothing but a lowly ant until you fully grasp the power of the other Dominator of Darkness. The Crown Prince can stomp you to death however he wants. Ha ha ha, Long Yuan laughed wildly. Then, he continued, it's just a pity that you have the power of darkness on your body. With 999 bolts of lightning, you are the number 1 person in the divine realm. The tyrannical Dark Lord was once the number 1 expert in the divine realm. Why would he choose a trash like you who doesn't understand origin power? The anger in Luo Tian's body rose even higher. Huff! His breath was like flames. Long Yuan continued to laugh. Are you angry? You're furious? What? Do you still want to fight me? With your God stage cultivation, I can pinch you to death with 1 finger. Ha ha ha. All right. I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore. Let me ask you, do you want to die now, or do you want to die when you return to the heavenly Lost City? While they were talking, Long Yuan lifted Anai Shang high into the air and raised her up high. The corner of his mouth revealed a sinister sneer and said, What a beautiful woman. She's about to die. Oh, right. You seem to be the weapon refining guild's gold badge refiner, right? That's even more of a pity. Brat, hurry up and give me a choice. As soon as he finished, Long Yuan laughed coldly and said, You have already missed the chance to choose. His right hand loosened. Anai Shang fell from a height of more than 10 meters, and below her was rubble. He was already heavily injured, and with such a fall, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Luo Tian was incomparably furious. His body moved, turning into a black shadow that rushed forward, wanting to catch Anai Shang. Long Yuan laughed sinisterly. With your state of mind, you still want to activate all of the inheritance of the tyrannical Dark Lord? The tyrannical Dominator doesn't care about the life and death of others at all. He used ruthlessness to break through the Dominator, and everything in the world is just a plaything for him to use. You don't even know what the tyrannical Dark Lord is. What a joke. Die. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. At the same time, the moment Luo Tian caught Anai Shang, Long Yuan's body suddenly fell, his palm moved, and struck Luo Tian's head. Pucci! Luo Tian's feet directly pierced into the rubble, and his knees cracked, but he didn't let out a cry of pain, even if he didn't frown every day. Looking at Anai Shang in his arms, he smiled and said, I'm fine. When he was unconscious, he heard Anai Shang and Lu Yuanzong's words very clearly. No matter what, I won't abandon you. This time, he wouldn't either. Anai Shang smiled with a pained expression and said, You are so silly. Then, Long Yuan laughed coldly and said, You are still talking about love at this time, Sai. I really don't know why the Crown Prince wants to deal with trash like you. Even I don't want to kill you. Killing you is simply an insult to me. Who is that? You do it. Long Yuan pointed at one of the guards. Yes, sir. The armored guard rushed forward, aiming at the back of Luo Tian's head and stabbing out, directly wanting to pierce through Luo Tian's head. Luo Tian calmly placed Anai Shang down gently. His hands struggled to support himself. Letting out a roar, he pulled his feet up, and his body almost couldn't stand properly. Turning around, he saw the spear rushing towards him and frowned. 8 streaks of dark Do Chi went up. Boom! It directly blocked the spear and swallowed it in an instant. Following the spear, The 8 streaks of dark dou qi wrapped around the armored guard, and in less than half a second he was swallowed. Long Yuan's face darkened. What a strong dark dou qi! Luo Tian's lips curled up, revealing a cold smile, and said, "You are next!" Ding! Target locked. Explode! He had long guessed that Long Yuan would sneak an attack on him when he caught an Aishang, and he had to catch her. Firstly, it was to save an Aishang, and secondly, it was to let Long Yuan enter the range of the divine flame. Luo Tian suddenly turned cold towards the sky. Little White, wah! The golden rock let out a loud roar, and Little White Wolf landed heavily, standing on Luo Tian's arm. At this moment, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the quest to find the essence fire. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Burning Fruit's ultimate mystery, Yin Di. It was completed in an instant. Little White Wolf pounced out and took Enai Shang away. The golden rock also grabbed Lin Yu, and Lu Yuanzong in an instant. Boom! Rings of flame shot out from Luo Tian's feet, soaring into the sky, and an incomparably huge fireball appeared. Yin Di. Chapter 16, 79. Boom! 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 The flames soared to the sky, reaching a height of more than 100 meters. Under the huge fireball, Luo Tian held the Flame Emperor with one hand. His expression was incomparably ferocious as he stared at Long Yuan and roared, "Today, I will let you know why I am called Luo Tian." The huge flames caused Long Yuan's back to break out in cold sweat. The surrounding armored guards were so scared that their faces turned pale. What kind of cultivation technique was this? Moreover, while they were still in shock, the flames continued to grow bigger and bigger. Eventually, they covered the entire sky. It had climbed to a height of 1,000 meters. Long Yuan's eyebrows sank as he shouted heavily, "No matter what kind of cultivation technique you are using, there is one thing you need to be clear about, and that is that your cultivation is only at the God tier. Do you understand? I am at the peak of the divine will realm. You are no match for me." Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Is that so? You are no match for me, right? Explode for me." He roared in his heart, "God explodes!" Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky raged, the flames rapidly expanded, an entire flame mountain range shook. The monsters crawled on the ground and did not dare to move. Everything was crushed, and Long Yuan's mind was also crushed to the extreme. However, this was not the end. Dark arrogance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 8 dark dou qi on Luo Tian's body directly rushed into the huge fireball. Then, the dou qi became thicker, bigger, and finally wrapped around the Flame Emperor, turning into a dark color. At this time, it was like a sun hanging in midair. Long Yuan's expression changed. His mind was trembling. His body was also trembling uncontrollably. Gulp! Swallowing his saliva heavily, Long Yuan shouted in a deep voice, "Brat, I still say the same thing. Any cultivation technique will be limited by your cultivation. You can't be my opponent, just wait for your death." However, Long Yuan released all his power and moved his palms. He did not attack Luo Tian but turned and ran. He was afraid. Facing such a huge Flame Emperor, he was afraid. This was the first time he was so afraid. How could he be afraid of a God-tier master? How was this possible? Luo Tian grinned and said in a sinister voice, "You want to run?" "Humph! Divine fire!" Boom! With a move of his right hand, Luo Tian predicted that Long Yuan would escape, and the divine flame directly stopped him in place. Then he said, "Tremble before the Flame Emperor!" Die! Boom! Rumble! The dark Flame Emperor with a diameter of several thousand meters came crashing down. The armored guards below even forgot to run. Their hearts were dead silent because they knew that even if they ran, they would still die. Long Yuan looked up at the sky and watched as the dark Flame Emperor came crashing down. He broke through the divine fire's shackles. The moment he broke through, the Flame Emperor came crashing down and roared, "No!" Rumble, rumble, rumble. There was a loud bang. The scene was like a nuclear bomb exploding. Everything within the range of the flames turned into fine powder. An energy shockwave shot out like a beam of light, covering the surrounding millions of kilometers. Thousands of kilometers of the Flame Mountain range were razed to the ground. And Long Yuan, the moment he came into contact with the Dark Flame Emperor, 8 streaks of dark Do Qi directly rushed into his body from his 7 openings. His skin rotted, leaving behind only a skeleton. The flames pressed down, and the skeleton turned into fine powder. At this moment, even the hardest divine deity had exploded and was devoured by the dark Do Qi. It was also at this moment the dark Do Qi became stronger again. In Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, the floating dark divine deity scattered a bit of fluorescent light. Suddenly, the dark divine deity suddenly moved, and like a bolt of lightning, it heavily struck Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Buzz, 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 buzz. It was as if 10,000 bees were buzzing in his mind. It was incomparably intense. Luo Tian hugged his head with both hands and frowned. He did not know what had happened. What happened to the dark divine deity? It was also at this time. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for activating the first inheritance of Dark Overbearing Dominator, Overlord War Body. As soon as his voice faded, Luo Tian's body crazily transformed. This transformation was not a change in appearance, but he truly felt that there were countless forces rushing into his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It felt like a thick armor had been assembled on his body. It was very thick. It also made him feel an endless defense. Overlord War Body. Luo Tian's thoughts moved. His body suddenly rang out, and a series of violent bell chimes rang out, only to see Luo Tian's body covered in a thick armor, a pure black armor. This armor was like a shadow that covered Luo Tian's entire body. Arms, feet, chest, back. Even his head was there, fully armed. The moment these armors appeared, they suddenly rushed into Luo Tian's body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a series of explosions, Luo Tian clenched his fists. Slash! His entire arm turned into an incomparably hard black color, just like the domineering aura in one piece. And it was the domineering aura of a king. This kind of defense was simply too powerful. Luo Tian moved his feet. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The earth shook and a visible stripe of power shot out. Wow, this is too awesome. Is this the power of the dark, overbearing dominator? Is this his inheritance? Luo Tian was excited. He knew very little about the dark, overbearing dominator. If not for Long Yuan mentioning it today, he would not have known that his dark divine deity was actually so awesome. And this was the first inheritance. 999 streaks of dark divine power. Was there an inheritance of 999 streaks of dark divine power? Just the Overlord War Body alone was already extremely sharp. Then the rest, Luo Tian did not dare to imagine. He clenched his fists tightly and roared towards the sky. Crown Prince, just you wait. It won't be long before I overturn your heavenly lost city. Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly in excitement. Too excited. With the power of the dark, overbearing dominator, he no longer had to be afraid. However, at this moment, his body sank and the Overlord battle physique disappeared. Luo Tian frowned. He opened the system to check and secretly clicked his tongue. What the F asterisk CK? This is simply burning his god essence crazily. Isn't the consumption a little too high? 500 points of divine essence per second. Adding the fact that Yendi had consumed a large amount of divine essence just now. In less than a minute, his divine essence value had been depleted. The consumption was too strong. However, Luo Tian's blood was still boiling, because the Overlord war body was simply too cool. It was completely the domineering aura of full armor. Chapter 1680. Useless thing. Boom! A loud sound rang out. A huge hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the heavenly lost city. Thunder rumbled within the whirlpool as the heavenly energy wreaked havoc. Everyone in the sky general hall immediately knelt on the ground, not even daring to breathe loudly. The crown prince was furious. You can't even deal with a small piece of trash from the Godmaster stage. What's the use of having you? Luo Tian, you are really capable. The crown prince snorted. Thinking about what happened in the ancient continent, he was unable to restrain his anger, following which, an old man from the Sky General Hall carefully asked, "Young master, should we send someone to intercept them?" "I will go personally. I will definitely bring that brat back, I promise you." The crown prince coldly snorted and said, "No need. Luo Tian, this is the divine realm, my territory. You, a piece of trash who just entered the divine realm, want to overturn the heavens in my territory. Just now you said that they entered the savage region of the divine realm." The old man immediately said, "The direction they are walking in should be towards the wild desolation realm. If my guess is correct, they want to use the wild desolation realm to enter the holy city. You must know that the headquarters of the refining guild is there. Once they enter the holy city, our forces will..." The holy city was the center of the divine realm. It was also the center of power. Once one entered that place, one would have to think twice before making a move. After all, this was the holy city where experts gathered. Even if the heavenly law divine lord descended, he would have to be careful, let alone the crown prince. The crown prince frowned and sneered. Savage region? The territory of the savage tribe? All right, Luo Tian, this time, I will definitely not let you escape. The crown prince confidently sneered and then condensed a strand of will. The will entered the huge hole, and after being tempered by countless strands of heavenly energy, it turned and flew towards the southwest. Southwest, in the direction of the savage region. Do you think this is the end? Do you think that escaping from the territory controlled by the heavenly lost city is the end? No, far from it. I'll make you feel like you're in a nightmare. You'll be on the run every day, living in fear. Ha ha ha. Just enjoy it, ha ha ha. The crown prince's sinister laughter echoed in the huge cave before slowly disappearing. The generals in the heavenly general hall heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling of being crushed was too unbearable. A general stepped forward and asked, "Grand Elder, the savage desolation region?" After thinking for a while, the old man said, "The young master's men are also in the savage, desolate domain. With him around, I believe that Brat will die a horrible death. It's just that I didn't expect that he could actually kill Long Yuan." Indeed, it was just as the crown prince had expected. Under Enai Shang's lead, they were indeed approaching the wasteland region. Enai Shang wanted to pass through the savage, desolate region and enter the holy city. This was the fastest way. The wild region was one of the most dangerous places in the divine realm. This place was in chaos. It was filled with killing intent. However, they had no other choice because this was the only way to reach the holy city. Otherwise, they would have to pass through Tiandao City. If they did that, they wouldn't be able to escape the crown prince's encirclement. 1 month later, they flew out of the flame mountain range. Little White Wolf whimpered a few times. The golden rock was so touched that tears flowed down its face. It flapped its wings at Little White Wolf a few times and then disappeared into the horizon, afraid that Little White Wolf still wanted to enslave it. Little White Wolf was stunned for a moment before baring its fangs and snorting a few times. Immediately after, it jumped lightly onto Luo Tian's arm and rubbed against it a few times before burrowing into Luo Tian's embrace to sleep. How strong was Little White Wolf? Luo Tian didn't know before, but after the beast tied, he knew. This little fellow was simply an invincible existence. It had the ability to crush any demonic beast like a king. The golden rock was a super demonic beast, but in front of Little White Wolf, it was as obedient as a kitten and didn't dare to show any disrespect. This also showed how strong it was. Celestial Wolf King. Celestial Wolf Star. Little White Wolf, is this why you're so strong? Luo Tian muttered in his heart. Subsequently, Luo Tian asked, is it the wasteland domain in front? And Aishang only dared to approach when she saw Little White Wolf burrowing into Luo Tian's embrace, and said, it's the wasteland domain in front. Before entering the wasteland domain, I have to explain that we have to be careful. The wasteland domain is controlled by the wasteland tribe, and other than that, there are also various forces. The Heavenly Lost City might also have forces mixed in, so we must be extremely careful, and the most important point is that the wasteland tribe is extremely belligerent. Luo Tian said, so you're saying you're admitting defeat? And Aishang said, yes. Admit defeat. I know that this will make you very uncomfortable, but I hope that you can bear with it for a while. Once we find the Weapon Refining Guild's branch and get the sky ship, we will immediately leave. This way, we can quickly rush to the Holy City. At that time, the Weapon Refining Guild will definitely not sit idly by. Lu Yuanzong immediately said, chasing and killing a gold emblem weapon refiner is a huge crime. And Aishang's face turned slightly red. Luo Tian also smiled faintly and did not expose her, because he was the only one who walked to Aishang's side. Phew! Luo Tian also did not want to cause more trouble, and said, all right, then we'll do as you say. And Aishang heaved a sigh of relief, and said, then let's go. Lin Yu stood on the spot and looked at the Flame Mountain Range, looking in the direction of Shentian City. Once they left, they did not know when they would be able to return. Luo Tian comforted her. Don't worry, I will definitely take revenge for your father, for Big Brother Zhang, for hundreds of thousands of lives. I will definitely turn the Heavenly Lost City upside down. Actually, Luo Tian really wanted to tell Lin Yu about the Making a Human mission. If Lin Yu knew that her and Luo Tian's child would be a Divine King expert, she would definitely agree without hesitation, because this way she would be able to crush the Heavenly Lost City in minutes. However, Luo Tian did not say it. If he said it, it would seem that he was taking advantage of her. Regarding this kind of thing, Luo Tian had always hoped that it would happen naturally and not be forced. Lin Yu smiled faintly and said, I believe you. Let's go. In the dark, in two places that were like two small hills, two eyes that were like stones communicated. They're here. Gulu Gulu, get ready. Gulu Gulu, capture these for humans and sell them. We will be able to eat our fill tonight. Gulu Gulu. Luo Tian's group of 4 chatted and laughed along the way, and they walked to the small hill. Suddenly, the ground sank. A huge trap and a huge net hung them up. Just as Luo Tian was about to retaliate, a huge stone stick whistled through the air. Bang! He was unconscious. Chapter 1681. Savage Tribe of Valiant Race. This was the most barren place in the Divine Realm, and also the place where the fighting strength was off the charts. This was also the first trial ground for the strong. Wasteland Realm, a small town. The town was filled with simple and crude buildings, and the two sides of the street could be said to be dirty and messy. The people walking on the street were also different. There were stone giants, beastmen, ordinary humans, goblin clan, and some even more mysterious races. At this moment, the sun was setting. The people on the street were crazily rushing towards a huge building. The building was a bit like the Colosseum of ancient Rome. Hurry up! Hurry up! There won't be any seats left if we're late. I heard that the mayor will also be going to watch, and he will even bring his incomparably beautiful daughter with him. Today is the final battle between the Sword King Bull and the Savage Beastmen. Whoever wins will be able to enter the Savage Beastmen and fight against other strong cultivators. Will the Savage Beastmen be more powerful, or will the Sword King Bull's sword techniques be sharper? I've bet all my money on the savage beastmen. He will definitely win, and he will definitely bring glory to our savage beastmen. Ha ha ha. The streets were in an uproar. They were all discussing tonight's duel. In another place, a place that specialized in providing food for the stone giants. Gulu gulu. A stone giant hugged a big pig leg and made a few grunts. Another stone man said, "You want to see it too?" "Forget it. If those 4 humans recognize us, then we'll be in trouble. Do you want everyone to know that we're human traffickers? We are peaceful and loving stone giants. We are kind stone giants. How can we be human traffickers?" He said it as if he was an angel. Gulu gulu. The little stone man muttered a few more times. The big stone man was startled and said, "You want to see who those humans will fight with, right?" Gulp. The big stone man said, "Who cares who he is with? He won't be able to escape death anyway. They are just appetizers before the battle between the Sword King Bull and the savage beastmen. If you want to watch, we can just stand outside and watch after we finish eating the pig leg." Glu. Walala, walala, walala. Several basins of bone-chilling cold water were poured over the heads of Luo Tian and the other 3. Phew! Luo Tian's eyes widened. Just as he was about to get up, a powerful force bound his feet, causing him to fall to the ground. Looking down, he saw that his hands and feet were bound by a special kind of chain. Standing in front of them were 2 extremely ugly orcs. They glared fiercely at Luo Tian. "Behave yourself." The others woke up as well. Lin Yu immediately asked, "Where is this place?" Lu Yuanzong, on the other hand, was so scared that he started trembling and said, "We fell into a trap, and then an incomparably huge stone club smashed into us, and we fainted. Could it be that we were captured by the people of Heavenly Law City?" And Aishang was calmer. "It doesn't look like it. They should be wild beast men. We should have been captured by human traffickers and brought here. Also, it looks like this is a prison of some coliseum." Luo Tian was slightly startled. "How do you know?" And Aishang said, "Look at the injuries on these bones. They must have suffered heavy blows. There are sword wounds, knife wounds, and bone fractures that obviously can't heal. These injuries should have been caused by the Stone Giants Club." "Coliseum?" Luo Tian was slightly startled. "Human traffickers?" This was a prison, and the surrounding prisons were all empty. There were only piles of skeletons in the corners. There were humans and other clans. It was very messy. Roar! Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, there was a loud roar outside. Shouts and screams could be heard incessantly. The 2 orcs guarding Luo Tian and the others also tiptoed to look outside. One of the orcs said excitedly, "He's here, he's here. Our great warrior Caston is here. He is the pride of us beastmen. He will definitely defeat that Sword King Bull and enter Wild City. I really want to go out and take a look. It's all because of these despicable humans. They just had to sell them here at this time and make us guard them. I think we should just throw them into the beast pen and feed them to the beasts," the 2 orcs said fiercely. And Aishang's brows twitched. She revealed a cute smile and asked gently, "Is it only the number 1 warrior that can enter Wild City?" One of the orcs turned around and stared coldly at an Aishang. He said with disgust, "Your smile is so ugly. A woman like you doesn't even have the right to be a slave in our Wild City. We'll just smash you to death with a club." PFFF. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian couldn't hold it in. And Aishang wanted to act cute, but she didn't expect them to say that she was worthless. Moreover, the word ugly was a critical hit, and Aishang was furious on the spot. She couldn't wait to rush up and fight with the orcs. She was a heavenly beauty. How did she become an ugly monster? Lin Yu comforted her. "Sister and Aishang don't mind it. The orcs' aesthetic standards are different from us humans. They definitely like those boorish women." With that, an Aishang suppressed her anger slightly. The other orc took a look at an Aishang and said, "You're right. The #1 warrior has the right to enter Wild City. Why? You guys want to participate too? With your bodies, you won't even be able to withstand the first round. The orc draped in beast skin said in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense with them. They're going to deal with those ferocious beasts that haven't eaten human flesh for half a month. They'll only have the chance to participate in the second round after defeating those ferocious beasts." Although he seemed to be whispering, his voice was deafening. He was afraid that Luo Tian and the rest didn't hear him. And Ai Shang's face darkened. Luo Tian couldn't help but ask, "Why are you asking about Wild City? Could it be that only Wild City has a smithing guild in the entire Wild region?" And Ai Shang nodded. The forces in the Wild region are very complicated. The smithing guild is also struggling bitterly in the Wild region. There were a few times when they wanted to give up the market here. If it wasn't for the fact that this place produces a type of smithing, or they would have really left this place. "You!" And Ai Shang looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian immediately knew what an Ai Shang meant. "You also said that the orcs in Wild region are incomparably valiant. You want me to keep a low profile. I'm very low profile now. Otherwise, do you think I can't kill these 2 stupid orcs? So, I think you should consider something else. You have to sacrifice your looks? Ha ha ha." And Ai Shang stared at Luo Tian. "You." Shortly after, and Ai Shang revealed a cute smile and shook Luo Tian's arm. "I'm wrong, okay? From now on, you can be high profile. There's one more chapter tonight." Chapter 1682. Keeping a low profile had never been Luo Tian's character. "You should have done this earlier." Luo Tian grinned and frowned. He stared at the keys on the waists of the 2 orcs and gave Lu Yuanzong a look. "Ouch! Ouch!" Lu Yuanzong immediately cried out in pain. "My hand hurts." The orcs didn't react. They continued to tiptoe and look out of the window with excitement in their eyes. The voices outside were getting louder and louder. Some were shouting for Caston, and many were shouting for the Sword King Bull. It was as if they wanted to start a group fight. Lu Yuanzong looked at Luo Tian and shook his head, indicating that he couldn't attract the orcs. Luo Tian looked at him again. "Ouch! My 2 lords, my leg hurts." Lu Yuanzong cried and begged. The 2 orcs still didn't move. Lu Yuanzong said loudly again, "My butt hurts." One of the orcs moved slightly as if he had heard it. Lu Yuanzong also threw caution to the wind and shouted, "My chrysanthemum hurts!" "But hurts." The orcs completely reacted. The 2 orcs stared at Lu Yuanzong, just like how customers in a brothel stared at a naked girl on the bed. They stared at Lu Yuanzong, and their bodies couldn't help but curl up, revealing a look of fear. But to the orcs, it was a pitiful look. Instantly, the eyes of the 2 orcs lit up. "Damn, so this is what you like." Luo Tian was shocked, and Ai Shang and Lin Yu were also shocked. Lu Yuanzong kept retreating, looked at Luo Tian, and said softly, "Save me, save me." Luo Tian nodded slightly. Just as the orcs wanted to pity Lu Yuanzong, the voice of a slave owner came from outside. All of a sudden, the 2 orcs' faces darkened, and they immediately retreated to the side, guarding the door with a serious expression. "Bring him out." Before the duel between the great Keston warrior and the Sword King Bull, let's have an appetizer. Our dark magic leopards have been hungry for half a month. Today we caught 4 humans and let them have a good meal. Ha ha ha. Bring out those 4 lowly humans. The slave master's voice had just fallen. The crowd was in an uproar. Dark demonic leopards were extremely savage creatures. It was not a demonic beast. Instead, they were ferocious beasts. They were the product of demons, and their power came from the darkness. They were bloodthirsty and extremely bloodthirsty. Hearing the words dark demonic leopard was enough to excite these warlike beast men. They shouted in unison, "Dark demonic leopard, dark demonic leopard, dark demonic leopard." Their influence was even greater than that of Castan and the Sword King Bull. The two orcs smiled excitedly and said, "It's time for you to go on stage." And Aishang's face was cold as she looked at Luo Tian. Lu Yuanzong and Lin Yu also looked at Luo Tian. Obviously, they wanted Luo Tian to think of a way to escape. Luo Tian also wanted to escape, but his hands and feet were locked, and it was difficult to break free without a key. It was better to escape from the beast-fighting arena after unlocking the chains. This way, the beast-fighting arena would definitely become chaotic, and leaving in the chaos was the best choice. Immediately after, Luo Tian looked at them and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Hearing this, the three of them were relieved. A few minutes later, the two orcs let them out of the two portals. The four of them quickly gathered together. Luo Tian swept a glance over, and his heart trembled slightly as he thought to himself, "The wasteland region is really warlike. There are actually no empty seats, and, at this moment, he saw the stone giant lying on the high wall of the beast-fighting arena. Thinking back to before he fainted, Luo Tian's gaze darkened. Gulp! The little stone man was a little afraid. The big stone man said, "What are you afraid of? They will soon become the food of the dark, demonic leopard and die. There is no need to be afraid of them. Besides, they didn't see us. We are peaceful and loving stone men. We are kind. We are angels." On the VIP platform, a fat slave owner walked out and said loudly with a deep voice, "Now, please release our great, dark, demonic leopard. A ferocious event has begun, ha ha ha." As soon as his voice faded, woo woo woo, roar, roar, the dark, demonic leopard let out a low roar. His mind trembled. Lu Yuanzong's face was pale, and he could not withstand a soft cry. Lin Yu, and Aishang were slightly better. The stands were in an uproar. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom, boom. For huge gates opened, and a pair of dark green eyes slowly approached from the darkness, their auras revealing extreme danger. 4 dark, demonic leopards walked out, their fangs shining with a cold light and saliva dripping from the gaps of their teeth. Looking at Luo Tian and the other three, they became excited. "Eat them. Tear them into pieces. Bite their heads off. Ha ha ha!" The people on the stands were in an uproar. The 4 dark, demonic leopards did not rush up immediately but slowly approached. Even when facing the weakest opponent, they would be careful and would not give them any chance. "What should we do? These are the products of demons. They are extremely ferocious. We are no match for them at all." And Aishang said anxiously. She could not help but feel afraid from the demonic aura coming from these dark, demonic leopards. Lu Yuanzong was even more direct and said, I can't. My legs are going soft." Lin Yu's blood mist burst out. Her cultivation was also at the God Master realm, and she said, "I will hold the 2 on the right. You guys deal with the 2 on the left." Luo Tian did not say anything. Instead, he did not know why, but he seemed to be able to communicate with these 4 dark, demonic leopards. Their dark aura was very familiar to him. It was the same as his dark battle aura, just that their dark aura was very thin. "No hurry," Luo Tian said. Then he said, "Don't be in a hurry to attack. I seem to be able to communicate with these guys." "You can communicate with demonic beasts?" "Are you crazy?" Luo Tian stopped joking. And Aishang was frightened. At this moment, the slave owner was also a little unhappy. He released the dark, demonic leopards to tear Luo Tian and the others apart. But these dark, demonic leopards actually walked up slowly, which made him very unhappy. He took out a long whip and slashed it in the air. Pa! A long crack appeared on the ground. The 4 dark, demonic leopards' eyes shook, and they let out a whimper before pouncing forward. The slave owner smiled in satisfaction and said, Tear them apart. Blood was the thing that excited him the most. The entire arena was in an uproar. And Aishang's face was extremely pale, and Lu Yuanzong fell to the ground. Lin Yu said anxiously, "Should we attack?" Just at this moment, Luo Tian's voice deepened, and he suddenly released his dark battle aura. Boom! Then the 4 dark demonic leopards all knelt at Luo Tian's feet. They were extremely obedient and kept rubbing against Luo Tian's thigh. The entire arena was silent. Chapter 1683. Dark demonic leopards were bloodthirsty and extremely bloodthirsty. Whether it was beasts or humans, as long as they were released, they would use the cruelest means to tear apart their prey, dripping with blood, and then slowly eat them. But now, they were actually lying beside Luo Tian looking obedient. Was Luo Tian a beast tamer? Even the most powerful beast tamer in the divine realm couldn't tame dark demonic leopards, because they were the products of demons and couldn't be tamed. The entire place was silent and no one could say a word. And Aishang and Lin Yu were the same. They stared at Luo Tian dumbfounded. Luo Tian gently stroked the dark demonic leopard's head. The dark demonic leopard enjoyed it immensely, as if it had seen its master. Where was the viciousness? It was quiet and didn't show any signs of wanting to tear Luo Tian apart. Pa! The slave owner was so angry that he lashed out with his whip, breaking the silence. Bite them to death, the slave owner roared. He had spent a lot of money to buy these 4 dark demonic leopards. Every time they appeared, they would cause a commotion. These savage beastmen liked them very much, but now the spectators started cursing. What the hell is this? Why aren't they biting people? What dark demonic leopard? I think they're kittens. I want a refund, I want a refund. The entire place was cursing, because they didn't see the result they wanted. They didn't see the bloody scene. The 2 stone men lying on the wall of the beast fighting arena were also stunned. Gulp! The small stone man mumbled in fear. The big stone man also trembled slightly and said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid. We're kind stone men. They didn't see that we kidnapped them." Gulp! The small stone man mumbled again. The big stone man grinned and said, "All right, let's hide first. I'm worried that even if those 4 humans don't find trouble with us, that fat pig slave owner will. After all, we sold the humans to them and made him unhappy." In the arena, Lin Yu asked in shock, "How did you do it?" And Aishang also looked at Luo Tian, waiting for an answer. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Because my name is Luo Tian." Huh, will calling them Luo Tian scare them? They couldn't understand. Actually, Luo Tian made it clear. His name was Luo Tian, and he was the successor of the tyrannical sovereign Lord of Darkness. He had darkness fighting energy, darkness will, and darkness godhood. None of the creatures of darkness would dare to touch him, because they were symbiotic demons, because they all cultivated the power of darkness. The dark devil leopard felt an incomparably strong dark aura from Luo Tian's body. Moreover, it was an aura that completely surpassed theirs, so they became obedient. Pa! 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 The whip was about to break, but the dark demon leopard was still indifferent. Immediately, the slave master was even more furious. His eyes turned ferocious as he coldly snorted, "It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think I'm a vegetarian." Suddenly, he put on a metal glove on his right hand. Buzz! An ear-piercing sound erupted from the glove. The 4 dark devil leopards immediately revealed a pained expression and also became restless. The slave master sneered, raised the whip in his hand, and shouted, "I'll give you one more chance. If you don't eat these 4 people, just wait to be tortured by the sound waves." Without the means to deal with the dark devil leopard, how could he subdue them? This buzzing sound was fine for humans and did not have much of an effect. However, it was different for the 4 dark devil leopards. It was as if sharp steel needles were piercing through their bodies. It was incomparably uncomfortable. The 4 dark devil leopards remained motionless. All right, all right, all right, then go to hell. In his rage, the whip in the slave master's hand suddenly lashed out. Buzz, pa! The ear-piercing sound wave emitted from the glove and became even stronger. Woo, woo, woo! Woo, woo, woo! The dark devil leopard was in unbearable pain and continued to go berserk, but they did not touch Luo Tian. They desperately endured it and did not even have a trace of disrespect in their eyes. Ha ha ha, kill them. What's the use of keeping these disobedient demon products? Kill them, ha ha ha. Seeing the painful expression of the dark devil leopard, many of the savage beast men became excited again. Woo woo! Luo Tian looked at the demonic leopard's pained expression, and the anger in his heart surged. He gently stroked it and said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will save you." Pa! The slave master waved his whip excitedly and laughed. "Let's see how long you can endure. All of you go to hell." All of a sudden, Luo Tian moved. Shua! The dark Do Chi was released, and his figure shot out like a black line. Before the whip could land on the ground, he suddenly pulled the whip, and his eyes darkened as he said fiercely, "Didn't you want to see them kill people? Then get down here. Pull hard." The slave master never thought that Luo Tian would suddenly make a move. The bodyguards beside him didn't have time to react. Bam! His fat body was pulled down. In that instant, the entire Colosseum was in an uproar. Ha ha ha! Eat him! Eat him! Hurry up and eat him! Luo Tian looked at the 4 demonic leopards. They immediately understood what he meant. Roar! He let out a furious roar and pounced forward. The slave master shouted loudly, "Hurry up and save me! Hurry up and save me! Don't come over! Don't come over! You animals, you want to eat?" Ah! Without waiting for him to finish speaking, a demonic leopard rushed forward and directly bit his head off. The other 3 also pounced forward, and in less than half a second, the slave master was dismembered. Luo Tian picked up the gloves that had fallen to the ground. The 4 demonic leopards looked at him in fear. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." As soon as he finished, he stomped on the glove and shattered it. The 4 demonic leopards jumped up excitedly and roared continuously. They were incomparably shocked. A demonic leopard directly carried Luo Tian on its body and jumped up and down in joy. At this moment, a voice sounded. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! An incomparably thick fence appeared in the sky above the Colosseum, sealing the Colosseum. A middle-aged man walked out and said slightly, "Since you have defeated the demonic leopard, then you are qualified to compete for the #1 warrior. This year's #1 warrior will be decided by the 3 of you in a melee. Keston, Sword King Ox, you can come out now." As soon as he finished, previous chapter, next chapter, boom! The entire audience was in an uproar. Chapter 1684. That's right. One more thing. Only one of you can leave this place alive, including those 2 women and those 4 dark magic leopards. The voice came from a man from the middle of the savage beastmen, the mayor of this town. He was also the owner of this Colosseum. As soon as his voice faded, the entire city was in an uproar again. Om, om, om. All the savage beastmen were shouting his name. At the same time, the 2 passages were opened by smashing the door. Luo Tian looked over, and what was worth noting was that Kastin and the Sword King Bull's hands and feet were also tied with special chains. The moment the 2 of them came out, the entire audience erupted. Kill! Kill them! Kastin raised both of his hands to the sky, closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath. His eyes were wide open in anger, and his arms suddenly exerted force. His muscles bulged as if they had exploded, and the clothes on his upper body were directly torn apart. There were countless scars on his muscles. It was as if a centipede was entrenched on his body, looking incomparably ferocious and domineering. He moved his feet. Crack! Leaning forward slightly, his eyes locked onto Luo Tian. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A burst of power erupted from his body. Barbarian King's Impact. Ha ha ha. The Barbarian King's Impact is about to be activated. That poor human is going to die. After the Barbarian King's Impact is the Barbarian King's Cauldron, and then the Barbarian King's Heavy Pile. This Barbarian King's combo is simply too cool, ha ha ha. Hurry up and kill that brat. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom, boom. With every step he took, the ground shook and the entire Colosseum was filled with the sound of Caston's footsteps. On the other side, the Sword King Bull did not make a move. Instead, he took out a sword that was almost 2 meters long and even longer than his height. He gently wiped it. Not a single speck of dust was wiped off. He was a swordsman, and wiping the sword was a sacrifice to him. Luo Tian's heart sank, and the idea moved. Protect them! The 4 magic leopards wanted to rush forward, but they were stopped by Luo Tian. Finished. Luo Tian also rushed forward. Previous chapter, next chapter, next chapter, next chapter, boom! Godly explosion. His strength increased exponentially as he unleashed the power of a god-tier master without holding back. Facing the attack head-on, rumble, the two of them collided. Power stripes exploded out, forming a force. The force burst forth, causing the dust on the ground to fly into the air. At that moment, one's vision became blurry. Damn it! I can't see anything. Hurry up and get rid of this damn dust. Curses could be heard from the audience. They couldn't see anything, but they could only hear the sounds of various forces colliding with each other in the dust. Gradually, the range of the dust became larger and larger, covering half of the Colosseum, just like a sandstorm. It was unknown when. The Sword King Bull was also gone. He was also involved. For a moment, the rumbling sounds became even louder. This made the savage beastmen so anxious that they wanted to rush into the dust to see what was going on. Also had a worried look on his face. He had never encountered such a situation in all the years he had been managing the Colosseum. He couldn't help but lower his voice as he shouted, "Men, pull them out of the dust for me!" As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 bodyguards beside him flew down. Now's the time. A sudden shout came from the dust. Caston suddenly looked up to the sky and roared, just like a Minotaur chieftain in LOL. Moreover, it was an enlarged and violent Minotaur. He hammered with both hands and slammed it heavily on the ground. The earth shook. He grabbed a person with both hands. With a sudden swing, whoosh, a figure flew out quickly. The figure directly rushed towards Ulm, the mayor. Was it a coincidence? Or was it intentional? Ulm's face turned cold, and he snorted coldly, "Humph!" Crack! The clothes on his body burst open, and his steel-like muscles burst out. His body released an unparalleled pure power defense. Facing the figure flying towards him, he sneered and said, "Sneak attack me? You overestimate yourself." He clasped his fists, forming a battle axe. He aimed at the air and smashed it down heavily. Swish! The power formed a wind blade, cutting through the void and slashing down. Divine fire! Boom! The moment his fists fell, Luo Tian released the divine fire. The divine fire was suppressed. There was a brief moment of dizziness. The dark battle chi on Luo Tian's body suddenly moved and wrapped around his left hand. The power of the dark green dragon also suddenly roared, and the power on his left arm made a heavy roar. Luo Tian reached his hand into Ulm's mouth. "Flame Emperor!" Swish, swish, swish. 9 streaks of dark battle chi instantly wrapped up. The dark green dragon also rushed up. Alm's mouth emitted flames, and the flames shot out in all directions. His cultivation was very strong. The duration of the dizziness and suppression was very short. When Luo Tian released Flame Emperor, he suddenly woke up and glared at him. "Go to hell!" Both fists smashed down. Crack! This was his only chance. If he missed it, Luo Tian would not have a chance. Moreover, this was his only chance to escape from the beast fighting arena. It was also his only chance to gain the trust of Caston and the Sword King Bull. If he failed, they would kill Lin Yu, and Aishang, Lu Yuanzong, and the rest. This was a condition. It was also a deal. He had to succeed, or else he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Facing the two fists, Luo Tian shouted heavily, "Overlord Body, come out!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz. An ear-piercing buzzing sound came from his body. His entire body was covered in a thick layer of strength chi that was like a black armor, and the surface of his skin had turned black. Just like the armament hockey in one piece, it had strengthened every part of his body. Buzz. Alm punched down with both fists. It was as if he had struck an incomparably thick steel plate. His arms were numb from the shock. Luo Tian was extremely excited in his heart. Overlord Body is too damn awesome. Is this the inheritance power of the dark, overbearing dominator? He wouldn't know until he tried. With this test, Luo Tian truly felt that the defense of the Overlord Body was extremely sharp. Immediately after, Luo Tian laughed excitedly and said, "You're done, now it's my turn. Flame Emperor, explode for me." Rumble, rumble, rumble. Alm's body was ablaze with flames. His body was burning crazily like lava, and the incomparably huge Flame Emperor exploded in his body. This was the only chance to kill Alm, and this was also the only weakness that Caston had told him about Alm. "Ah, woo woo, kill him for me." Alm held his throat with both hands and shouted loudly. The savage beasts did not step forward to help, but instead shouted excitedly. Bam! Alm fell. The systems sounded out. Luo Tian shouted to Caston and the Sword King Bull, "I've done it, now it's your turn." This time the injuries were very serious. The old bull would finish writing properly. 5 chapters today. Chapter 1685. It's your turn. Luo Tian smiled as he looked at Caston and the Sword King Bull in the arena. The two of them were stunned. They never thought that Luo Tian would really be able to kill Alm. One had to know that they had tried a few times, but before they could even get close to him, they were sent flying by the powerful force on his body. Alm was the #1 expert in this town, and he was once the #1 warrior. He had actually been killed. The surrounding audience was also confused. Why did Luo Tian suddenly appear? Why would Caston and the Sword King Bull listen to him? None of this was possible. What exactly happened when the dust filled the sky just now? No one knew. Only the 3 of them knew. Many people wanted to know how Luo Tian convinced Caston and the Sword King Bull to stop fighting and help him. And what did Luo Tian promise them? He had actually killed the mayor in such a short period of time. Alm's body was stiff as he looked at the sky with a face full of doubt. Caston came to his senses and burst into laughter. "Then let's watch our performance." As he spoke, he directly rushed down to a guard. Barbarian King's charge. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. He grabbed the guard and lifted him into the air. Barbarian King raises the cauldron. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Caston suddenly flipped backwards and heavily smashed the guard's head onto the ground. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Crack. His bones were broken, and his entire spine was broken, section by section. Dead. The entire audience was in an uproar. Caston, Caston, Caston. The space between the Sword King Bull's eyebrows moved, and the 2-meter-long sword suddenly flashed, sweeping out horizontally turning into a ray of sword light. His body also started to spin, like a helicopter spinning, crazily spinning out. The meat grinder is here. Ha ha ha! The guard blocked with his sword. But sparks flew everywhere, and in less than 2 seconds his body was cut into two. Cut in half! There was no way to resist. Caston's brute force was overbearing. The Sword King Bull's swordsmanship was very unique and sharp. Luo Tian felt a trace of experience from the power displayed by the two of them. Immediately after, Luo Tian shouted at the dark devil leopard, "Wu, Lin Yu, and Aishang Lu Yuanzong. Each of you ride a dark demonic leopard. We're going to escape." After clearing the obstacles of the two guards, Luo Tian did not intend to stay any longer. Ulm must have other forces here. By the time they arrived, it would be too late to leave. "Awu!" The dark demon leopard crouched down. Lin Yu, and the others climbed up. The other one continued to run until it reached Luo Tian's side. It knelt down on one knee as if it was prostrating before its king, and quietly waited for Luo Tian to mount it. Luo Tian took a step forward and shouted at Caston and the Sword King Ox, "Are you stupid? Why aren't you running? Do you want to be caught again? If you get caught again, I won't save you. Run." While speaking, Caston reacted and revealed an envious expression. "When can I get a dark magic leopard as a mount? That's so cool." The Sword King Ox was the same and said, "Dark Knight." The two of them quickly rushed to the spectator stands. Under the dark, demonic leopard's attacks, the spectators frantically fled. As they fled, they shouted loudly. They were completely fired up and did not look afraid at all. An hour later, in a small forest. Hoo! Caston panted like an ox. No matter what, he was indeed like an incomparably strong ox. Tired to death. His voice was filled with excitement. He had never thought that he would be able to escape. The Sword King Ox walked to Luo Tian's side and said heavily, "Thank you." Luo Tian waved his hands and said, "I've taken what I need. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to escape. What are your plans next?" The Sword King Ox was at a loss. In the past, when he was caught by Ulm, he could not see any hope. He lived like a tool, fighting, constantly fighting, defeating all his opponents, then entering Wilderness City, and then going to the Colosseum to fight. He had never thought about what he would do after he was free. Caston smiled foolishly and said, "I don't care. In any case, you haven't fulfilled your promise to roast meat, so I'll follow you." The Sword King Ox was stunned. He stared at Luo Tian in shock and said, "Your condition to convince him is roast meat." Luo Tian grinned and said, "That's right." "Who?" The Sword King Ox looked at the drooling Caston, completely intoxicated in his dream of eating roast meat, and was speechless. "You're really awesome. Where are you going?" Before Luo Tian could speak, and Aishang said, "We're going to Wilderness City." The Sword King Ox said, "Then we're going the same way. I'll go with you." Luo Tian also smiled and nodded and said, "Okay, then let's go together." The Sword King Ox's cultivation was very strong. In the Colosseum, he had experienced hundreds of battles and had not died. It was clear how strong he was. As for Caston, it was the same. But the Sword King Ox was captured, and he was tricked by Ulm with a meal. "Okay, then let's go. There's still a long way to go before we reach Wilderness City. By the way, the Wasteland Realm is holding the #1 warrior competition. I heard that there will be many experts from all races there, including the demon race, the beast race, the savage tribe, the human race, the elf race, and I heard that there will be experts from hell. Powerful people from hell." Luo Tian frowned. The Wilderness City was the most suitable place for powerful people to train. This was the most brutal place in the Divine Realm. The Sword King Ox said, "Yes, the powerful people from hell are extremely powerful. The environment of hell is much crueler than that of the Divine Realm. I heard that the #1 warrior competition can break free from the shackles of death and obtain freedom. I don't know if it's true or not. Caston said naively, the #1 warrior competition in the wilderness city is an existence that shakes the world. There are many powerful people there, and whoever becomes the #1 warrior will obtain a supreme power inheritance. As for what power it is, I don't know. And Shang nodded, and then said, I heard that this supreme power inheritance seems to be related to a powerful person. This person might be a god king. They chatted along the way. Luo Tian was not in the mood to care about who the #1 warrior was or what kind of power inheritance he would obtain. He was thinking about one thing. 2 balls, Fatty Lei, Xianyuani, will you guys appear? He had never stopped thinking about his brothers. I really miss you guys. Gurgle, gurgle. Don't talk, I already saw it. When they fall into the trap, you pull the net over, and I'll smash them with my staff. Then we can get another meal. The 2 stone giants lay together again, their bodies like small hills, waiting for their prey. Chapter 1686. Galoo galoo, shoo. These 2 hills feel so familiar, as if I've seen them somewhere before. Lin Yuer walked at the front and couldn't help but be startled. Luo Tian took a look, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Then he whispered to Caston and the Sword King Bull, It's 2 stone golems. You guys go to the back. Caston immediately nodded. All right. These 2 stone golems were the stone golems that watched Luo Tian deal with the dark magic leopard in the Colosseum. If he could fall for it a second time, then he would be a real fool. However, the 2 stone golems left after Luo Tian subdued the dark magic leopard. All of you, stay where you are and pretend that nothing has happened. Don't move. Luo Tian said to Lin Yu, and the others in a low voice. Following that, he flashed into the forest. Not long after, he walked on the hillside, pulled open his pants and started to pee. Walala! After he finished peeing, the stone golem under his feet still did not have the slightest reaction. Luo Tian secretly laughed in his heart. He really can endure it. If that's the case, I'm going to shit. While speaking, Luo Tian was about to take off his pants. At this moment, the hillside moved and suddenly stood up. Gulu, he shouted loudly. His 100-meter-tall body stood up straight and roared towards the opposite hillside. At the same time, his body shook, wanting to shake Luo Tian off. However, after he stood up, Luo Tian continuously flipped over and landed directly on top of his head. His right fist moved and heavily struck down. Who told you to set a trap for me? Bam! Stone foam splattered everywhere. The stone golem was in so much pain that he started to cry out. The stone golem on the other side couldn't help but stand up abruptly. He opened his huge mouth that was like a black hole and roared at Luo Tian. Walala! Walala! The wind raged. Luo Tian was almost flipped over. Caston, do it! Yes, sir. The ox-head chieftain Caston jumped out, directly rushed to the stone golem's knee and punched down. Woo! The Sword King Bull also pulled out the 2-meter-long sword on its back, jumped heavily and slashed it, directly chopping off the stone golem's arm. Gravel rolled down. The large stone golem's club fell as well, and it cried out in pain. It quickly begged for mercy. Spare us, sir. Spare us, sir. We are kind stone golems. We are stone angels. Spare us, sir. You think you're kind? What kind of angel are you? I was almost killed by you all. Luo Tian scolded. Only now did the stone golem see that it was Luo Tian. Thinking about how Luo Tian easily subdued 4 dark devil leopards, he was definitely not an ordinary human. He immediately admitted his mistake and said, I was wrong, Gulu was wrong. I can't just let it go like this. Luo Tian thought for a moment. He didn't know how far it was from here to Wild City. If he walked on foot, he didn't know how long it would take. If he had these 2 stone golems, then the journey would be much easier. Immediately, Luo Tian said, If you want us to let you go, then send us to Wild City. The stone golem didn't say anything, but the stone golem started to cry out. It was obvious that he was very afraid of Luo Tian, but he was even more afraid of the two dark demon leopards that had charged onto him at some point. I promise you, don't hurt my brother, the stone golem begged. Luo Tian jumped down from the stone golem and whistled at the dark demon leopard. The dark demon leopard also jumped down, revealing two sharp fangs at the stone golem. It seemed to be saying, "Don't play any tricks or I'll kill you." At this moment, Anai Shang walked up and said in a low voice, "There are very few stone golems in the divine realm, and if you can subdue a stone golem, that would be great because they are born with the keenest sense of smell for all kinds of ores. One more thing. These stone golems have been hiding this secret." When Anai Shang said this, the stone golem put together the gravel that the sword King Bull had cut down, and then with a move of his arm he reconnected it, and it was no different from before. There was also no damage. Luo Tian looked at Anai Shang. Anai Shang nodded. "That's the secret, huh?" Luo Tian was also secretly shocked. It had a powerful regeneration technique? No, this was probably even more awesome than the regeneration technique. Immediately. Whether you can subdue them or not, it's up to you. I'm not interested in looking for ores. I just want to reach Wild City as soon as possible. He wanted to know if Two Balls, Fatty Lay, and the others were among the people from the Infernal Court participating in the #1 warrior competition. Were there any of their brothers? In addition, since there were people from the Infernal Court who were in the divine realm, then they must know where the passage was. He needed this passage. He wanted to enter the Infernal Court to bring Two Balls and the others out. Gulp! The stone golem looked at Luo Tian in awe. Luo Tian looked at the stone golem and said, "What did he say?" The stone golem said, "He said that your performance in the Colosseum was very impressive, and he admires you very much." Nonsense. He only said 2 words, gulp, and you spouted so much nonsense. Luo Tian didn't believe it at all, but looking at his expression and their flat stomachs, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you hungry?" Gulp! The stone golem quickly nodded. Kasten's stomach was also growling. "I'm hungry too. I haven't eaten for a few days. I wanted to win the Sword King Bull and be rewarded with a meal by Om. But now, barbecue, I want to eat." Hearing the word barbecue, the saliva in the stone golem's mouth flowed down. Luo Tian was also hungry. "We have to find some food to fill our stomachs. There are a lot of people around us. Let's find a place to level up." Luo Tian was secretly happy. There were so many people, and all of them were good fighters. He couldn't waste them, and there was a price to pay for eating. Immediately after, Luo Tian looked at the fog in front of him, which was emitting the stench of rotten meat, and immediately said, "Let's go and find something to eat. Today, I'll make you a rich flying barbecue, but you have to listen to my orders." Gulp, gulp, gulp. The stone golem nodded his head. Savage City. Lord Barkley looked at the sky, his eyebrows slightly sunk. He received a message from the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Law City. The corner of Barkley's mouth drew back, and he sneered. "Heavenly Law City, Heavenly Law Divine, Lord, the power of the Heavenly Law. Luo Tian." Darkness Emissary. Chapter 3. There are 2 more chapters tonight. Chapter 1687. Fog Swamp. This was one of the dangerous places in the wilderness. Very few people entered. Not only were there all sorts of hidden dangers in the fog swamp, one would also fall into the swamp and never be able to get up again. However, Luo Tian and the others didn't care about that much. Their goal was simple. Eat meat, and still eat meat. Anai Shang and Lin Yu. I wanted to stop them, but it was useless. Everyone be careful. You, Anai Shang, Elder Lu, the 3 of you stay on the stone man. Luo Tian reminded them, and then said to the dark demon leopard, "You guys go scout the way. Remember, be careful. Kasten, Sword King Bull, you guys go to the left and right sides. Pay attention to your feet. Understood?" "Yes, sir." A group of people rushed in majestically, barging into this dangerous place that no one had dared to enter for decades. A whirl, 10 minutes later, Luo Tian and the others were completely immersed in it. Suddenly, the low roar of a demonic leopard sounded, with a trace of fear in its voice. Luo Tian's heart tightened. The dark demon leopard was a dark creature. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely not be afraid of any demon beasts. In this fog swamp, there were even more ferocious demon beasts than them, or demon beasts. Then, Luo Tian instructed, Sword King Bull, you stay here. Caston, you follow me. Stay where you are and don't move. Pay attention to your feet. Don't fall into the trap. While they were talking, Luo Tian and Caston had already rushed out. In a few seconds, they disappeared into the fog. He couldn't see the direction at all. Moreover, there were many auras in the fog, including demon beasts, blood, the stench of rotten meat, and various spirit essence auras. They couldn't use their auras to sense the way, and could only slowly move forward. Suddenly, whoosh, a shadow flashed past. And Shang frowned, moved closer to Lin Yu, and asked in a low voice, Did you see a shadow flash past? Lin Yu shook her head. Shua. While they were talking, another black shadow flashed past. Woo woo! A dark demonic leopard let out a ferocious roar. It released its darkness power and instantly charged out. Lu Yuanzong shouted, Don't go out! However, the dark demon leopard had already disappeared. There was only a dark demonic leopard by their side, which was deliberately left behind by Luo Tian so that he could use the dark demonic leopard to find them. But now it was gone. In addition to the dense fog and the terrifying aura in the surroundings, Shang and the others were afraid. Sword King Niu pulled out his sword and released a dense sword intent. He said, Don't worry, I will protect you. Swish! Ha ha ha! He didn't finish his words. A bloody ghost face suddenly rushed out from the swamp beneath his feet. Ah! Lu Yuanzong screamed in fright. Sword King Ox's heart trembled. The blood-red ghost face was too terrifying. However, he reacted quickly. He swung his sword and cut the ghost face in half. He snorted and said, Stop pretending to be mysterious. Come out if you have the guts. Strangely, after the ghost face was split into two halves, it separated and directly turned into two ghost faces. They were like ghost flames that gently rippled, releasing waves of heart-piercing ghost cries, causing people to shiver. The two ghost faces continued to coil around Sword King Ox. Sword King's brows sank, but he did not attack rashly. Swish! Suddenly, Lu Yuanzong, who was on Little Stone Man's left shoulder, fell down and let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, a sound pierced through the air and Lu Yuanzong disappeared. Even the screams were gone. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Little Stone Man was so scared that his entire body started to tremble, and he started to gurgle. Big Stone Man said to Sword King Ox, This place is too dangerous, and I feel that these swamps can swallow us. And I feel that the dangers here are all directed at me. Let's leave this place. There was a hint of pleading in his voice. Sword King Ox directly shouted, No, Luo Tian and the others are still inside. They can't leave. Big Stone Man said, Let's go out and wait for them. It's too dangerous here. One of them has already disappeared. If this goes on, two screams rang out. Shang and Lin Yu fell down from Little Stone Man's shoulder. Before they could land on the ground, they were dragged away by two black shadows. Sword King Ox could no longer hold it in. Dragging his long sword, he charged into the fog and said to Stone Man, Go find Luo Tian, you must find him. As soon as he finished, he also disappeared into the fog. Gulu, Gulu! Little Stone was a little afraid. Big Stone Man comforted him. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We are kind and friendly stone men. We are stone angels. No one will do anything to us who are so kind. While they were talking, a black shadow attacked. Big Stone Man slapped down with his palm. Gulp! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! That black shadow was smashed into powder. The entire fog swamp also became turbulent. Gullu gullu! Little Stone Man grunted in fear. In this fog, even if they were 100 meters tall, they still couldn't see the outside clearly, let alone distinguish the direction. Pulling Little Stone Man, they chose the original path and retreated. But this swamp was very strange. They wanted to retreat, but they were walking towards the depths of the swamp. And then there was Luo Tian. After leaving, he heard the screams of Lu, Yuanzong, and Enai Shang. His heart tightened as he cried out, "Oh no, we fell into a trap!" Caston also realized this and asked, "Sir, what do we do now?" "Go back." Luo Tian brought Caston back, but they couldn't find the original place. Sword King Ox. Enai Shang. "You Lu Yuanzong." There was no response. Caston suddenly squatted down, lowering his head to look for the footprints they left behind. Just as he squatted down to look carefully, a hand covered in mud suddenly pulled his leg. Plop! Gullah gullah ah! "Sir, save me." Caston fell into the swamp, and in less than a second his body was submerged. Luo Tian wanted to save him, but it was too late. Caston disappeared. The swamp quietened down, so quiet that it was a little scary. In less than half an hour, except for Luo Tian, everyone was annihilated. They were all gone. Luo Tian stood in the fog, and his heart suddenly became ruthless. Dark Do Chi surrounded him, and his gaze darkened as he roared. "No matter who you are, if you dare to touch my people, I will kill everyone here." Just as he was speaking, a huge hand stretched out from the swamp. Luo Tian's face darkened. Stone Man's hand. Luo Tian wanted to save them, but caught by this hand, he was heavily dragged into the quagmire. Everyone was annihilated. Chapter 4. Chapter 1688. Complete annihilation. Luo Tian only wanted to come in to find something to eat, but now they were all gone. In the end, even he was caught. In this half an hour, the only thing he could be sure of was that this swamp was moving and was being controlled by someone, just like the puppet technique. However, if this large swamp was really being controlled by someone, then this person's puppet technique was too powerful. In Tian Xian continent, Big Beard Chen Tianjing turned a city into a puppet, and this was even more powerful. It was a moving swamp and had fog. These were two completely different concepts. There was a large amount of mysterious aura in this swamp, causing people to lose their way. Once they entered, they wouldn't be able to walk out. After an unknown period of time, Luo Tian slowly woke up. The surroundings were dark, and the only thing he felt was that his body was very heavy, being pressed down by a body. Luo Tian's eyes adapted to the darkness, and he looked slightly. Caston! Wake up! Wake up quickly! After calling out a few times, Caston slowly woke up. Looking at the darkness around him, the savage beastman's temper instantly flared up, and he suddenly shouted, "Damn it! What the hell is this place? Who is it that pulled my leg just now? If you have the guts, stand out for me. I will kill you." Caston, the Sword King Bull, also called out, "Boss, you are Enai Shang. Elder Lu, are you all here?" Gulu Gulu, Stone Man was also caught? For a moment, everyone woke up. Other than hearing the sound, they couldn't see where they were. Even if Luo Tian had the inheritance of the dark, overbearing ruler, his vision was only a few meters in the darkness. It was as if he was bound by some kind of power. What kind of power could suppress the dark, overbearing power? Chi suddenly, a flame burned. At this moment, a strong light suddenly shone in the darkness, causing people to be unable to open their eyes. At the same time, everything around him could be seen clearly. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with shock. They were locked in a cage, and outside the cage was an incomparably huge machine. The gears were rotating, just like a large machine in his previous life. This was what shocked Luo Tian the most. Other than that, there were also many small dots that were half the height of a human, moving quickly. They were all puppets. Furthermore, they didn't have any puppet strings on their bodies. They were all controlled by an invisible force. Furthermore, there were at least 1,000 puppet soldiers in this huge machine. In other words, this person could control 1,000 puppets at the same time. This ability, too powerful. Luo Tian had also cultivated the art of puppetry to perfection in the profound sky continent, creating ghost dragons, transformers, and a series of other powerful puppets. However, compared to this, the puppetry in the profound sky continent was simply too weak. There was no comparison. Standing in front of the door were 2 puppet soldiers as tall as a person. Luo Tian could clearly sense the aura they released. They were stronger than him, definitely above the level of a god-tier master. It was as if they were 2 living people. Too strong. He was really too strong. This type of puppet was completely similar to the robots in his previous life. The others were also shocked. They had never seen this world before. And Ai Shang had read a lot of books. She had flipped through various secret records, but she didn't know what this was. Puppetry? There was no one in the divine realm who could use it. They disdained to cultivate such low-level techniques, so she naturally didn't know. My goodness, what exactly is this place? Hell, what are these short people doing? Caston said in shock. When the word short people was said, suddenly, the door of his cell was opened. The puppet soldier guarding the door pulled him out and gave him a hard push. Boom! The door closed, not giving Luo Tian any chance. Also at this time, Caston was pushed into the cliff. Whong! With a loud sound, Caston landed on the ground. Immediately after, the sound of machinery operating could be heard. A platform in the depths of the cliff slowly rose. Caston stood in the middle. An angry voice could be heard. You dare to call them short people? I want to see what qualifications you have to call them short people. A very ordinary puppet soldier jumped onto the stage. His speed was extremely fast as he charged towards Caston like a phantom. Caston had the experience of being undefeated in 100 matches. How fast was his reaction? The moment the puppet soldier charged towards him, he made the corresponding move. Barbarian King's charge. His body sank. He hugged it heavily, but the puppet soldier was too small. Coupled with his tall body, he couldn't hug it at all. The puppet soldier jumped out of his arms, jumped into the air, and punched towards Caston's face. The fist wasn't even as big as his finger. How powerful could this kind of strength be? Caston didn't take it to heart. However, the moment the fist landed, he regretted it. Bang! The power of the fist exploded on his face like an impact cannon. Caston was instantly sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. His face was red and swollen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Luo Tian was stunned. The Sword King Bull was stunned. And Ai Shang and the rest were stunned. An ordinary puppet soldier sent Caston flying with one punch. Was this still the Barbarian King who was undefeated in 100 matches? This was too unbelievable. Humph, how is it? My ghost dragon soldier is very powerful, right? The voice sounded again. It was very crude and at the same time very proud. However, just at this moment, Luo Tian's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Ghost dragon soldier? Ghost dragon. Is it a coincidence? The ghost dragon used to be his puppet soldier and even carried and Chun back to him. Furthermore, he created it again when he was competing with Chun Tianjing in the puppet technique. Luo Tian had a very deep impression of the name Ghost Dragon. Is there anyone else who doesn't want to admit defeat? Step forward. I told him to kneel down and sing Conquer. Ha 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 ha. Complacent laughter could be heard. Caston slammed his fist on the ground and bounced up from the ground. He suddenly shouted again. He was extremely unhappy. However, at this moment, the feeling in Luo Tian's heart grew stronger and stronger. He said, "I'll do it." The door opened. Luo Tian walked out. He raised his head and scanned the surroundings. His heart was pounding wildly. He did not walk to the arena. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Big Beard, Qin Tianjing, is that you?" As soon as his voice fell, crack! It was the sound of people falling to the ground. Then, the entire place suddenly quietened down. Therefore, the puppets stopped moving at this moment. Therefore, the gears also stopped turning. A trembling voice could be heard. Boss, is it really you?" The 5th chapter had been delivered. This time, Old Bull and Undefeated had suffered too much damage. Old Bull had to reflect on himself and reflect on his actions. He hoped that all the brothers could continue to support him. In addition, collect more copies of the new book, Tyrannical Warrior God. The new book will be updated quickly in November. Chapter 1689. His voice trembled. It was a little choked up. At the same time, there was an unconcealable excitement. Immediately, Luo Tian was also shocked. He stood there in a daze, motionless, and his lips trembled as he said, Yes, it's me. Boss. Suddenly, a cabin door opened, and a man who looked exactly like an ordinary puppet soldier rushed out. There was no big beard. He was even shorter than before. Similarly, his appearance was not human at all. He was completely a puppet. How could this be? Luo Tian's face sank, looking at the puppet soldier who was walking towards him. He was puzzled. What exactly happened? How could it be a puppet? Wasn't it Big Beard Qin Tianjing? Just as Luo Tian was puzzled, Qin Tianjing took off his outer clothes one by one and removed the metal surface of his body. Slowly his body was revealed. Inside were all kinds of gears, not flesh and blood, except for one place, the heart. As Qin Tianjing walked, he said, Boss, this is the current me. Every step he took was incomparably heavy. How many years had it been? How many years of waiting in the Tianxian continent? 30,000 years? How many years of torment in hell? Hundreds of thousands of years? How many years of searching in the divine realm? He couldn't even explain it himself. Looking at Qin Tianjing's current body, Luo Tian clenched his fists, clenched them, and clenched them again. His nails dug into the flesh of the trap, and dark red blood dripped down. His heart was extremely heavy and painful. Why did it become like this? Why? What exactly happened? His former brother had become like this. Luo Tian's heart ached so much that it was difficult to breathe. On the contrary, Qin Tianjing's face was filled with excitement. When he saw Luo Tian, he was more excited than ever and kept saying, I knew you would be able to kill your way to the divine realm. I knew you would definitely be able to break through the shackles and enter the divine realm. I knew I would definitely meet you in the divine realm. Boss, it's been so hard to find you. While they were talking, his tears uncontrollably flowed out. Luo Tian squatted on the ground and looked at his mechanical body. Looking at the tears on his face, he asked again, What happened? Why did you become like this? Who did this to you? Qin Tianjing grinned and said, It was me. If I didn't do this, I would still be suffering in hell. I had to escape and I had to find you. You must not enter hell to find us. Luo Tian was stunned. By yourself? Qin Tianjing smiled and said, Back then, I was sent as the representative of hell to participate in the battle for the #1 warrior in the wild realm. I knew that was my only chance. When I entered the battle, I let my opponent take out my heart. Then, I used the power contained in the Godhead to seal a thought in my heart. I wrapped my heart in the body of a puppet soldier at an astonishing speed. Then I died. My heart survived. The messenger of hell only dragged my body into hell again and did not look for my heart. It was because of this that I survived. In the divine realm for tens of thousands of years, I constantly broke through the shackles of the puppet technique and finally created this moving swamp. I used it to kill some adventurers and obtain the godhead and source power from these adventurers to maintain the operation of this swamp. I've been looking for you. When I found out that a person called Luo Tian had endured 999 streaks of dark, heavenly tribulation, I knew that it must be you. You would definitely come to the divine realm. Now, I've finally waited for it. Ha ha ha, excitement. Indescribable excitement. The thing that he had been looking forward to for so many years had finally come true. However, behind his excitement, how much effort had he put in and how much pain had he suffered? Luo Tian did not know, but he could feel it. At this moment, Luo Tian could not say a word. At that time, he never thought that when he left the Tianxian continent, the ruler of fate, the ruler of fortune, and the mysterious star divine venerable would descend upon the Tianxian continent, kill his brothers, steal his woman, and the Tianxian continent would become an abandoned plain. The source power had also been completely extracted. This made it extremely difficult for the warriors born in this plain to move forward. All of this was something that Luo Tian did not expect. Chen Tianjing said excitedly, "Now that you're here, everything will be fine. Boss, you must not go to the Hell Realm. It's really too dangerous. There's only death and despair. There's not a trace of hope." Luo Tian suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, "Two Balls, Fatty Lei, Uncle Blood drinking Wild Blade, and Xiao Bai, where are the brothers from the Huashan immortal sect?" Chen Tianjing's expression sank, his entire body trembled, and he was extremely angry. We were killed by the ruler of fate, the ruler of fortune, and the star divine, venerable. When we entered the hell, we were just dead souls. But even so, the three of them did not let us go. They used their connections in the hell to continuously chase us down, and we were separated in the hell. I only know that Two Balls was imprisoned, Fatty Lei was exiled to the Demon Island, sister-in-law Yu. Sister-in-law Yinling, sister-in-law Poison Widow. They're all missing. Crack! Luo Tian's fists exploded, and his anger soared to the sky. The Overlord battle body instantly erupted, and a thick, domineering aura was released without restraint. He was extremely angry, ruler of fate, ruler of fortune, star divine, venerable, hatred, killing intent, soared to the sky. Chen Tianjing blamed himself. It's useless to give it to us. We can't protect sister-in-law, but boss and the others should still be alive. However, I believe that they are thinking the same thing as me. They must not enter the hell. This is the reason why I escaped from the hell. I must not enter the hell. He risked his life to escape. He did not even want his body, leaving only his heart behind, all in order to find Luo Tian and stop him from entering the hell. After Chen Tianjing and the others entered the hell, they knew that the hell realm was connected to the divine realm. As long as the hell ruler opened the realm gate, they could travel. It was because they knew this that he wanted to stop Luo Tian, because they all knew Luo Tian's temper. Phew! Luo Tian did not say anything and took a deep breath. At this moment, he did not know what to say. The hell ruler, ruler of fate, ruler of fortune, and star divine venerable were all giants in the divine realm. His current cultivation was only at the God Master realm. How could he contend against them? In addition to the heavenly Tao ruler, it felt as if 5 layers of heaven were crushing his body. Any one of them could easily crush him. How could he resist? Too weak. He was really too weak. He was as weak as a speck of dust. Luo Tian gritted his teeth and said to himself, "I must become stronger. I must become stronger. Those who hurt my women and brothers, I will not let them live in this world. I will not even let them be ghosts." Today, I will continue with 5 chapters. Please support me. Chapter 1690. Luo Tian calmed down. He looked at Chen Tianjing seriously and said, "Don't worry, before I am strong enough to crush them, I will not rashly enter the infernal realm. However, I will definitely go to the hell realm and save my brothers, you and the others." Chen Tianjing said, "Boss, actually you really don't need to live for us. You have too much to bear, and we can't help you share the burden. If you continue like this, you won't be able to bear it. Murong Wanjian in profound sky continent. The crown prince in the ancient continent. Now, in the divine realm, there were even 5 experts of the Dominator realm. How could he withstand it? Luo Tian smiled slightly. You guys are my motivation to live. If there is no one worth protecting in my life, then what's the point of living? Chun Tianjing became silent, paused for a moment, and asked, Boss, what are you guys doing in this wasteland realm? Luo Tian asked back, What do you want to do in this wasteland realm? Then, the two of them looked at each other, smiled at the same time, and said, The #1 warrior battle for hegemony. Chun Tianjing said, I don't know who the representative from the Hell Realm is this time. I just want to see if it's Air Dan and the others. I really miss them. Luo Tian's heart tightened and muttered, Yeah, I really miss them. After resting in Chan Tianjing's puppet swamp for a day, he ate and drank his fill. You 2 stone men stay here. Don't worry. My brother will let you eat your fill every day. Luo Tian instructed. The stone man was very useful to Chen Tianjing. Gulu gulu. The little stone man said happily. The big stone man also had a face full of gratitude, nodded and said, Lord Luo Tian, don't worry. We will definitely do our best to help him. Chen Tianjing chuckled and said, If you dare not follow my instructions, you know what I'm capable of, right? Ha 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 then. Luo Tian and Chen Tianjing parted ways. Chen Tianjing still had other things to do, and now that Luo Tian had come, he wanted to take out all the preparations he had made in the divine realm. He wanted Luo Tian to cause a sensation in the divine realm. Of course, he knew very well what Luo Tian needed to break through. Therefore, the place he entered this time was a demonic beast abyss. He needed the stone man to lead the way. Boss, these are the ghost dragon soldiers that I made. Bring a few of them with you. Their combat strength can reach the spirit wheel realm, Chen Tianjing said. Luo Tian hadn't even been in the divine domain for a year. His cultivation was still too weak. These 2 puppet soldiers were made from the divinity of a spirit wheel expert. Since they were able to unleash the power of a spirit wheel expert, they would have an additional helper along the way. Luo Tian did not refuse. We'll meet at the Savage Desolation realm in a month. Boss, don't worry. I'll definitely rush over. When the time comes, I'll definitely give you a big present. Ha ha ha. The 2 of them separated. Luo Tian was extremely happy to see his brothers from the profound sky continent. After knowing everything that had happened to them, Luo Tian's temperament became even more determined. At the same time, his goal became even clearer. 5 great rulers, 5 heaven-like experts. I, Luo Tian, will definitely kill all of you. Let's go. Along the way, Anaishang and Lin Yu. I didn't dare to inquire about Luo Tian's affairs in other planes. They didn't know about Luo Tian's past. They only knew that Luo Tian had the inheritance of the dark and domineering ruler. After the incident at the puppet swamp, they were even more interested in Luo Tian's affairs. Furthermore, Luo Tian was even more attractive to them. This man had too many stories. The journey was rather smooth. Nothing much happened. Unknowingly, 20 days had passed. They finally arrived at the largest city in the Savage Desolation realm, Savage City. There were 2 10,000-meter tall statues of savage beastmen at the city gates. One of them held a wooden club while the other held a battle axe. They were extremely domineering, just like the gods in Western movies in his previous life. They made people feel reverence and fear. This is the Savage City. Anaishang had been here with the Weapon Forging Union before. She heaved a sigh of relief and said, Later on, I'll ask the Weapon Forging Union for a heavenly flying ship. Then, we'll leave for the Sacred City. I'll report everything that happened in Magnificent Sky City to the Weapon Forging Union. When the time comes, Tiandao City will definitely pay the price. She had struck gold this time around. Not only did she find the refinement fire in the blazing flame mountains, but she also obtained a large piece of dark gold ore. This was enough to cause a commotion in the weapon forging union. Luo Tian said, "There's still half a month before the number 1 warrior tournament. Let's stay here for a while longer. I also want to see how strong this tournament is." The Sword King Bull said, "It's very strong. It's simply a competition for the new generation of experts in the divine realm. Whoever can become the number 1 warrior and obtain the supreme inheritance will definitely reach the Dominator realm in the future." Caston looked up at the 10,000-meter tall statue of the savage war god. His eyes were filled with admiration. He said, "The number 1 warrior is also called the number 1 war god. The supreme inheritance he obtained is the inheritance of the war god of the savage beastmen. It's a pity that my strength, the war god of savage war, was once the strongest in the savage realm. He was also a great Dominator realm expert. He even had the chance to become the strongest in the divine realm. It was just that he died for unknown reasons. However, the inheritance of the war god of savage war had appeared since the first number 1 warrior tournament. This was also the reason why the various forces in the divine realm fought over it. Lin Yuer said, "Luo Tian, you want to meet the representative of the Infernal Court, right?" Luo Tian looked at her and did not deny it. "Yes, I want to meet them. Since we're here, let's have some fun. No matter how strong the Tiandao city is, they can't do anything to us in Savage City, right?" After escaping for a month, it was really enough. Moreover, just as Lin Yuer said, he really wanted to know the representative of the Infernal Court. What if it was really Dan and the others? Lin Yuer did not speak, and Ai Shang did not stop him either. She smiled and said, "Since you've decided, let's have some fun. Even if the Tiandao city's forces infiltrate Savage City, the Refining Guild can stand in Savage City for 10,000 years. We're not to be trifled with." The Refining Guild in Savage City was completely different from the one in Xingtian City. It was a very important battle here. Naturally, there would be experts guarding it. And Ai Shang grinned. "Let's enter the city." Everyone was also excited. Enter the city. The moment Luo Tian stepped into the city gate, his body could not help but stop. The 10,000-meter tall statue seemed to have moved. A powerful force crushed his mind. Ding! Suddenly, the system beeped inexplicably. Luo Tian frowned. "What's the situation?" Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the number 1 warrior tournament mission. The second chapter has been delivered. Chapter 1691. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Triggered a mission. And it was a mission triggered by the savage god of war. Luo Tian was a little stunned. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the number 1 warrior battle mission. Mission level SSS. Mission objective. Obtain the title of number 1 warrior. Mission reward. Savage god of war's inheritance. Activating the second inheritance of the dark, overbearing Dominator. Obtaining 3 consecutive levels. Originally, Luo Tian was a little stunned, but now his heart was filled with excitement. Reward for 3 consecutive levels. Holy *T. Just this level reward alone was too tempting. What he lacked now was the realm. As long as he reached a higher realm, he would be able to obtain more power. He was only a 4th level God Master, far from the Dominator realm. If he wanted to defeat the 5 Dominators, he had to quickly break through and become stronger. Without a doubt, this was a very good opportunity. Moreover, the inheritance of the savage god of war. It was the 10,000-meter tall statue above his head. The inheritance of the strongest person in the savage wilderness. The Dominator's inheritance. How powerful was this power? And the inheritance of the dark, overbearing Dominator was even more important. Seeing Luo Tian in a daze, Lin Yu couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Some of the surrounding people were laughing at him. A weak human being is so scared after seeing our great god of war Tai Hong, ha ha ha. With his god master cultivation, he can't withstand the pressure of the god of war statue. I think he's scared out of his wits, ha ha ha. A few savage beastmen's mocking laughter came from the surroundings. In the savage wilderness, the savage beastmen were extremely powerful and had won the title of #1 warrior for 3 consecutive years. But what was surprising was that they didn't obtain the Dominator's inheritance. These years, there were also people who questioned it. Would they be able to obtain the inheritance of the savage god of war if they won the competition? However, the number of participants increased year by year. Gradually, it became the best opportunity for the younger generation of the divine realm to showcase themselves. Caston was a little unhappy and wanted to rush up to teach him a lesson. However, he was stopped by Luo Tian. Phew! Luo Tian exhaled heavily, then looked up at the statue of the god of war standing in the clouds and said softly, I want to participate in the #1 warrior competition. Ha! What? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. A lowly human like you wants to participate in the #1 warrior competition as a god-tier master? Is there something wrong with your head? The 2 savage beastmen from before started laughing loudly. At this moment, Luo Tian's figure suddenly moved. His body leaned heavily against the chest of a savage beastman, and his right hand moved, slapping the savage beastman's abdomen. Boom! Fire Dharma! Rumble! Rumble! The flames engulfed the orc. Dark fighting spirit rushed out and engulfed that beastman in an instant. The flames disappeared. Only a pile of black powder was left. The other orc was so scared that his face turned pale. He wanted to escape, but Luo Tian didn't give him the chance. I can tolerate you once, but I won't tolerate you a second time. His body was like fire. His arms began to burn. He grabbed that savage beastman and killed him with a single punch. Ding! Ding! 2 notifications sounded. The surrounding people all looked at it. What a powerful flame! Cultivation method. His arm is actually burning. So strong. He really helped the humans vent their anger. Damn it. These savage beastmen looked down on humans. Now they feel good. Ha ha ha. It's really satisfying. Caston and the Sword King Bull were also slightly shocked. Other than the time when Luo Tian used his power in the Colosseum, this was the second time in front of them, causing them to be incomparably shocked. Was this the power of a god-tier master? And Aishang frowned. Fortunately, they didn't enter the city. If such a thing happened in the city, the guards of the savage city would immediately kill them. However, killing savage beastmen at the city gate would also cause dissatisfaction. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to leave. And Aishang immediately said, Let's go quickly. This is the savage region, the territory controlled by the savage beastmen. It won't be long before a large wave of beastmen are attracted. Immediately, the group quickly entered the city. Although the city couldn't be considered as bustling as a human city, it still had the unique aura of the savage region. The city was incomparably vast. If one were to compare the area, it should be considered the largest city in the divine realm. It was even larger than the holy city in the center of the divine realm. Let's find a place to rest first. Arriving at a human-run hotel, and Aishang directly booked a courtyard and said to Luo Tian, I'll go out for a while. Don't wander around here. Don't wander around. The city is also dangerous. She was going to the weapon refining guild in the savage city. Luo Tian didn't know why she was going alone and didn't even bring Lu Yuanzong, but he didn't think too much about it. In the courtyard, Lin Yu asked carefully, Are you really planning to participate? The Sword King Bull, Caston, and Lu Yuanzong all looked at Luo Tian seriously. The #1 warrior battle was a gathering of experts. Moreover, it was a narrow escape. Once they entered the arena, they would be extremely cruel and ruthless. Every contestant was a 1 in a million genius. Their cultivations were astonishingly high. Luo Tian was only at the 4th level of the Divine Master. How could he win? His cultivation was too low. Luo Tian said seriously, "Participate, this is a chance to make me stronger, I cannot miss it." Lin Yu, I did not say anything else. However, Caston's face was filled with excitement as he said, "A man should participate in the first warrior battle, ha ha ha. But, Lord, you must have a recommendation letter to participate in the first warrior battle. We killed Ulm and didn't get the recommendation letter, so we don't have the qualifications to participate." Luo Tian smiled, took out the recommendation letter from his bosom, and said, "Are you talking about this?" "When he killed Ulm, it dropped." Caston said excitedly, "That's it." In another place, city, Lord's mansion. "They're here. They're here. They're currently staying at the Dongfang Hotel in the 13th district of the Western City. Lord, do you want to make a move on them?" "No need, just monitor them." "Yes, sir." Darkness emissary, the inheritor of the overbearing dominator. You have too much power on you. The Crown Prince wants you because of the power on you, right? But now that you've come to my territory, everything you have is mine, ha ha ha." The master of Wild City laughed excitedly. If he could obtain the power of the dark, overbearing dominator, then he would be able to become the supreme dominator. Dongfang Hotel. In the evening, Anai Shang walked into the courtyard unhappily. She raised her head and looked at Luo Tian and said angrily, "The Refining Guild does not recognize you, and they will not let you join the Refining Guild. Never." Chapter 3. There were still 2 chapters at night. Chapter 1692. What do you mean? At this moment, Lu Yuanzong's tone was a little angry. "Sir, didn't you say that he has talent in refining and that he is the inheritor of the Dark Dominator? If the Blacksmith Union gives up on him, it will be the greatest loss." Luo Tian smiled faintly. He wasn't too surprised that the Blacksmith Union made such a decision. The only surprise was that the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord was much stronger than he had imagined. He thought that the Blacksmith Union was very strong, but now it seemed that it was just SOSO. Anai Shang's expression was ugly. I told them everything. I even told them about the Blacksmith Union's assessment and the dark weapon he refined. I told them everything, but it was still useless. I don't know why. This decision is too stupid. Luo Tian smiled. They aren't stupid at all. If they recruit me into the Blacksmith Union, they will have to face the Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. In other words, the Blacksmith Union will offend a sovereign expert because of someone who broke through from a small lower plane. If this is a deal, then it isn't worth it. So they chose to give up on me. Of course, there is another more important reason. I am the inheritor of the Dark Dominator. Once I enter the Blacksmith Union, I will drag the Blacksmith Union into my troubles. Didn't you say that many people are looking for me? Suddenly, Luo Tian frowned and asked, "Anai Shang, are the people of the Blacksmith Union not shocked by what you said at all?" Anai Shang was stunned for a moment and nodded. "How did you know?" "They weren't shocked at all. On the way back, I felt that it was very strange. Now that I think about it, if a genius like you didn't find out, those blacksmith masters would definitely be shocked. But they didn't find it strange at all. It seems like, phew." Luo Tian let out a long breath and looked at the sky. "Crown Prince, it seems like you haven't given up yet. What do you mean?" Anai Shang asked. Luo Tian smiled. "It's nothing. It's still early. You guys go out for a walk. I will cultivate for a while." Luo Tian didn't say anything. Since the Blacksmith Union in Wild City knew about him, then the Crown Prince's people must have arrived. Even if the people from Tiandao City didn't come, Wild City was still filled with danger. The Crown Prince's forces must be among them. Before Chen Tianjing returned, the only thing Luo Tian could do was comprehend the darkness divinity. After receiving the legacy of the tyrannical sovereign of darkness first, tyrannical battlesuit, Luo Tian knew that everything came from his darkness-type divine spark. His dantian had been shattered, making it impossible for him to absorb any of the elemental energy in the world. But there was one thing he could do, and that was to comprehend the power within the Godhead. 999 streaks of dark force, heavenly tribulation. 999 darkness inheritances. If he could comprehend all of these inheritances, he would become the overbearing ruler of darkness, the supreme ruler of the divine realm. After that, Luo Tian went straight into the room and closed the door, and Aishan didn't feel good. She wasn't able to help Luo Tian. What made her even angrier was that the Alchemy Guild didn't lend her the sky worship. This meant that they had to walk if they wanted to reach the holy city. Because of this, she had her own plans. She had to buy a sky worship. Sister Yu, let's go shopping. We haven't bought any clothes in such a long time. I'll bring you to buy some barbaric clothes. And Aishang pulled Lin Yu, and walked outside. Caston and the Sword King Bull immediately followed. Lu Yuanzong looked left and right. He felt afraid of the barbaric beastmen on the streets. After thinking about it, he returned to his room to sleep. In the room, Luo Tian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His heart calmed down. With a thought, he entered his sea of consciousness and sensed the black divinity floating in the middle of his sea of consciousness. It was like a black stone that was half the size of a fist. The divinity was surrounded by black flames. It was the same as the 9 streaks of dark qi on Luo Tian's body. With a thought, Luo Tian's thought entered the divinity. The moment he got close to the divinity, buzz, 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 the sea of consciousness shook. Luo Tian's thought was directly bounced out and couldn't get close to the dark divinity. He was stunned. Damn it, I can't even get close to my own divinity. The will of darkness is your doing again, right? Luo Tian was a little unhappy. The dark divinity didn't have any fluctuations. Luo Tian's words didn't have any response. He tried again. Buzz, buzz, another failure. It was completely impeccable and useless. All right, you have guts, Luo Tian said angrily. However, he didn't give up. He just changed his method. His thought left the sea of consciousness and then activated the Dragon God Forbidden technique. He didn't transform into a dragon, but his thought flew through time and space and directly connected with the Dragon God Ancestor. Dragon Ancestor. The sleeping Dragon God Ancestor's eyelids moved slightly as he slowly opened his eyes and asked, "What is it?" Luo Tian was secretly excited and said, "I only endured 81 heavenly tribulation, and the remaining 900 plus heavenly tribulation were all endured by you. You also evolved into the dark Dragon God Ancestor. Did you obtain the inheritance of the dark, overbearing ruler?" The Dragon God Ancestor said, "It was you who obtained the dark divinity, not me, so I didn't obtain anything from his inheritance. However, I absorbed a lot of dark energy." "Huh. It seems like everything is still the dark divinity." Luo Tian asked again, "Then do you know how to activate the inheritance of the Dark Overlord?" "I have only unlocked one inheritance. How can I unlock the second inheritance?" The Dragon God Ancestor's eyes seemed to be staring at Luo Tian. After a few minutes of silence, he slowly said, "The power of the dark overbearing ruler requires endless darkness to activate. The first one is because of your anger, and to activate the second one, you need endless dark energy. Only by absorbing enough dark energy can you quickly comprehend the inheritance of the Dark Overlord. This is the only way. Endless darkness? As long as there was a way, everything else could be discussed." Luo Tian anxiously asked, "Where is the endless darkness?" The Dragon God Ancestor slowly said 2 words, "Hell." Luo Tian's eyes shook. "How can I enter hell?" The Dragon God Ancestor said, "Death." Luo Tian frowned. The Dragon God Ancestor continued, "The dark overbearing ruler rose from hell and broke through hell. The source of his power is also hell, the source of all darkness. If you want to unlock the inheritance of the dark overbearing ruler, you can only enter hell. Death is the only way." Death. It was possible that there was nothing. If he died, what would he become? It was too illusory, and once he died, everything would be out of his control. Luo Tian clenched his fists. The dragon god ancestor also slowly closed his eyes, and the last voice sounded in Luo Tian's mind. If you want to defeat the 5 overlords, hell is your only choice. Chapter 4. Chapter 1693. Hearing the last sentence, Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief. For some reason, his entire body felt indescribably light. He was so comfortable that he couldn't speak. Luo Tian grinned. If that's the case, then there's really nothing to worry about. The dragon god ancestor wouldn't lie to him. Chen Tianjing wouldn't lie to him either. If a person died and their soul wasn't erased, they would really enter hell. In hell, one could cultivate. However, the environment in hell was countless times crueler than the human world. Also, the number of experts in hell wasn't any less than the human world. There were killings and deaths everywhere. If one died in hell, their soul would be erased and they would disappear forever, never to appear again. Luo Tian opened the door and took a deep breath. Elder Lu. Lu Yuanzong couldn't sleep either. Hearing Luo Tian's voice, he immediately ran out of the room. Luo Tian asked, "Where did they go?" Lu Yuanzong said, "They went shopping." Luo Tian smiled. "Let's go. We'll go shopping too and find something to eat." Wilderness City, Lingtian Auction House. Lingtian Business Alliance. Anai Shang walked out of the auction house. The haze in her heart had finally dissipated. Lin Yu didn't say anything. After walking out of the auction house, she couldn't help but ask, "What kind of ore is it? It's actually worth 10 billion? Anai Shang smiled. 10 billion is just the starting price. The final price can be increased by at least 10 times. With this money, we can buy more than 10 sky ships. By then, we won't have to worry about walking back to the holy city. My legs are already thick from walking." Lin Yu was someone who had seen the world. A piece of ore could be sold for 100 billion? What kind of concept was that? It was completely unimaginable. Anai Shang held onto the shocked Lin Yu and said, "Let's go and buy clothes. The auction will start in 3 days. I've already gotten a VIP room. By then, you'll know what ore it is." Anai Shang was going all out. Originally, she wanted to keep this dark gold Oregon. Even if she didn't give it to her father, she would still give it to the Armament Refining Guild. But after today's matter, she changed her mind. Rather than giving it to the Armament Refining Guild, she might as well sell it. Caston and the Sword King Bull behind the 2 women were also at a loss. After walking out of the auction house, both of them were dumbfounded. 100 billion? Caston thought to himself, "How much barbecue can we buy? We can build a barbecue city." Sword King thought in his heart, "How many high-level Xian weapons can he forge?" City, Lord's Mansion. Reporting to my lord, 2 women have entered Ling Tian's auction. The auction item is currently unknown, but it seems to be an extremely precious ore. A guard reported to Wild City's city lord. The master of Wild City said, "The Blacksmith Guild refused to lend her the sky flying ship, so she wanted to auction it off and buy one herself. Pass down my orders. All the heavenly ship manufacturers in Wilderness City are not allowed to sell heavenly ships to her. Wait, all the heavenly ships in Wild City are not allowed to leave before the end of the number 1 warrior contest. They can only enter, but not leave." He had to control it. He definitely couldn't let Luo Tian escape. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Keep a close watch on him. "Yes, sir." Heavenly Feather Street. Wild City's most prosperous business street. Regardless of whether you were a human, a beast, or an elf, any race's items were sold here. The power of the Lingtian Merchant Alliance spread throughout the entire divine realm. Moreover, the Lingtian Merchant Alliance also controlled dozens of plane passages that led to the outer realm. These passages could bring all sorts of novel items to the Merchant Alliance. In the Wasteland realm, the power of the Lingtian Merchant Alliance was second only to the master of Wild City. How about this? How about this dress? And Aishang excitedly took out a 7-colored dress from the elf clan and tested it on her body. She looked at herself in the mirror. She was too beautiful. Lin Yu nodded and said, "Nice, too nice." A shop assistant smiled and said, "To be able to wear the 7-colored clothes of the elf clan to such an effect, this dress is completely tailor-made for you. You are even more beautiful than the elf goddess." And Aishang also liked it very much and asked, "How much?" The shop assistant said, "It's very cheap, 16 million gold." Gulp! Lin Yu and Aishang almost choked. And Aishang looked at the shop assistant in shock and said, "Are you sure you didn't say wrongly? 16 million? Do you think we are stupid?" The shop assistant wasn't angry and still said modestly and politely, "This dress is made with a special material from the elf clan. These materials are the feathers of the elf clan. It took a total of 3 years to make this dress. The number of feathers collected is over 30,000, and every feather is different. This price is definitely worth the money. I'll buy it." Before Aishang could say anything, a voice came from the door. The shop assistant turned and immediately went forward to greet, respectfully, "Young master of the wasteland." Aishang and Lin Yu also turned to look. There were 3 people standing at the door. The leader was a wasteland orc. He was dressed extravagantly and had very strong muscles. He was close to 3 meters tall, and the 3 of them directly blocked the door of the shop. The person who was called the young master of the wasteland stared at Aishang in a daze. He swallowed his saliva and said directly, "I have never seen such a beautiful human. You can choose any clothes in this shop. It's not a problem to buy this shop. Accompany me tonight." "The 2 of you accompany me." And Aishang frowned. "Yua, let's go. Do you want to die? How dare you reject our young master of the wasteland? Do you know who our young master is? Who dares to reject our young master in the wasteland city?" One of the lackeys rebuked. The other lackey also said, "It's your fortune that our young master has taken a liking to you. Don't be unappreciative." The young master of the wasteland smiled proudly and said to his lackeys, "The 2 of you speak softly. Don't scare the beauties." As he spoke, the young master of the Wildlands blocked the entrance of the shop. Looking at Lin Yu and Aishang, he could not wait any longer and said, "Little beauty, you can choose any clothes you want. No matter how expensive they are, I'll buy them for you." Lin Yu said coldly, "I don't care." And Aishang snorted, "A good dog doesn't block the way. Please move aside. Damn it. I gave you face, but you don't want it? Men, tie them up." The young master of the wasteland had lost his patience and was even more impatient. The 2 guards immediately rushed up. Not far from the shop, the Sword King Bull and Caston looked at each other and immediately rushed up. Caston shouted, "Son of AB*H, how dare you bully my sister-in-law? See how I deal with you." In the shop, the lackey also said, "Young master of the wasteland, this is the Lingtian Business Alliance. Pah! I don't care who you are." The young master of the wasteland slapped the lackey and smiled at Aishang. "Little beauty, I will take good care of you. Take good care of your sister." Suddenly, Luo Tian arrived. Chapter 5. Chapter 1694. The Tang blade moved. The black blade, Qi, directly blasted the 2 guards away. Luo Tian walked into the shop, stood in front of the young master of the savage land, and said, "You dare to touch my woman?" The young master of the savage land was startled. He glanced at the 2 guards beside him who were blown away and snorted coldly, "Useless things!" Then his eyes widened in anger as he moved his right fist. Buzz! The sound of pure power rang out. His fist turned into a palm and instantly grabbed Luo Tian's neck. Lifting him into the air, he sneered, "Who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Are you courting death?" His strength firmly suppressed, Luo Tian, the young master of the savage land's cultivation, was at the peak of the divine master realm. Moreover, his talent for strength was inherited from his father's savage god's bloodline. It could be said that he was born with divine strength, especially his arms, which were incomparably strong. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Luo Tian's mind shook. His neck was about to be crushed. Caston rushed forward and punched out. Bam! It landed on the young master of the savage land's body, but he didn't even move. His eyes turned to the side as he punched out with his left hand. "Get the hell away from me!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Caston was sent flying and smashed into the street. He broke a few ribs and spat out blood in pain. The Sword King Bull's long sword also moved. The sword chi attacked. The young master of the savage land's eyes turned sinister as his body sank slightly. Clang! The long sword pierced over and was forcefully blocked by his back. There was no defensive armor. It was purely the defense of his muscles. It was like steel. The strength of his physical body was simply off the charts. The young master of the savage land sneered, "Lowly human, get down!" His long leg turned into a whip and swept out. The Sword King Bull was directly swept away. So strong! This power is too strong. He is only 15 years old, yet he already possesses such a powerful strength. It seems like he has completely inherited his father's divine bloodline. I heard that he is also participating in this year's #1 warrior competition, and he is even a seeded player. With such a powerful strength, he must be one of the favorites to win the championship. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. Many savage beasts laughed excitedly and said, "Kill him, kill him! This lowly human is too weak. A weakling like him doesn't have the right to live in this world. Kill him! Kill him!" The young master looked at Luo Tian with disdain and laughed. "A weak human like you dares to steal my woman? Are you qualified? Are you worthy? Ha ha ha!" At this moment, Luo Tian's arms moved, and his chest began to burn. The burning fruit erupted. Hiss! The young master of the savage lands suddenly let go. He was in pain from the fire, and at the same time he was furious. He said, "You dog, you dare to burn me? I'm going to turn you into meat paste today." As soon as he finished speaking, his arms shook again. This time, the power in his arms became even more vigorous. He aimed a punch at Luo Tian. Phew! With a whistling sound, the wind from the fist wreaked havoc, bringing with it a visible strength chi. Luo Tian frowned, and his right arm gently blocked it. In that instant, dark power flashed under his flaming right arm. Buzz! Bang, bang, bang! The two forces collided, producing waves of explosions. Luo Tian's body slightly tilted to the side, his heart secretly shocked. What a strong power! The young master of the savage land's face darkened. His right arm felt like it was about to break, and he was in extreme pain. He gritted his teeth in anger. It was obvious. He had lost in this competition. Luo Tian only moved slightly to the side, but his arm fell down like a hammer, and his bones seemed to have broken. The young master of the savage lands panted with rage as he shouted in a deep voice, "I want to see how many times your demonic arts can block my attacks. Level 1 divine power, open for me!" Buzz! A burst of energy flames burst out from the young master of the savage land's body as he released his god power blood vein. Luo Tian frowned and secretly shouted, "Overlord War Body, open for me!" His entire body turned into a jet-black steel color, shiny and shiny, appearing especially eye-catching under the flames. "Stop!" Just as the young master of the savage lands was about to punch out, a voice shouted, The young master of the savage land's eyes trembled slightly, but he still did not stop. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Before he could finish his words, a huge black shadow blocked in front of Luo Tian. Buzz! Bang, bang, bang! The air exploded like thunder. A Vajra Buddha lord stood in front of Luo Tian. The young lord's fist landed on his face, but he didn't move at all. His skin didn't cave in at all. Not even the hairs on his skin moved. It was blocked by an invisible defensive force. Moreover, at this moment, "Kacha! Kacha!" The young master of the savage land's arm made an explosive sound. It should have been broken. The young master of the savage lands was unconvinced. "Father, why are you stopping me?" "Father?" Everyone was shocked, especially the people of the savage beasts. Their eyes immediately became excited. Savage Land City Lord, the #1 expert under the Dominator realm, the #1 war god of the savage lands, the strongest warrior of the savage lands beast race. No wonder he didn't even move under such a powerful attack. Luo Tian was also secretly shocked. He was not shocked by the strength of the savage land city lord, but by the fact that he had blocked this punch for him. This punch was not too difficult for him to block, and even he was confident that he could defeat the young master of the savage lands. The savage land city lord did not give his son a second chance to speak. He slapped him across the face and shouted angrily, "Don't you understand my words? Why didn't you stop when I told you to? Apologize to him now." "Father!" The young master of the savage land's face was red and swollen. This slap was very powerful. "Apologize? Why should I apologize to a lowly human? A weak human like him can be crushed to death in one move." The young master of the savage lands was unconvinced. His eyes stared straight at Luo Tian, filled with anger. The savage land city lord's eyes turned sinister as he slapped him again and shouted, "Apologize! Father, I told you to apologize." The young master of the savage lands did not understand. His father had never hit him before, much less apologized to a human like today. However, facing his father's orders, he did not dare to disobey. He said to Luo Tian, "I'm sorry." His tone was like gunpowder, extremely displeased. The savage land city lord shouted again, "Is this the tone of an apology? Be more sincere." The young master of the savage lands retracted his anger and let out a heavy breath, saying, "I'm sorry." The savage land city lord coldly snorted and said, "From today onwards, you are not allowed to take a single step out of the door until the start of the war. Now scram back." The young master of the savage lands looked at Luo Tian with a heavy gaze, the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitching slightly, as if to say, "Brat, just you wait." Luo Tian did not care, because he was thinking, what did the savage land city lord do? Thank you to brother Su Tao for your 1888 donations and support. Today, I will continue to update 5 chapters